memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2,
victory
1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world.
And we're
Good
back.
morning, chat.
Good morning, chat. It is Thursday, July 30th, 2026. It's almost August.
That is nuts. That is bananas.
That is bananas. You know, the passage of time, every single day, we're so aware of the passage of time because it's like, oh, today is Thursday, July 30th. Tomorrow's going to be Friday, July 31st. And it's like, wow, time is finite in a very literal sense. And
Yes, yeah.
we have to be locked in at all times. Not all times. You can relax some of the time. But we have to be locked in.
So
You know
if,
who has been locked in
no,
for the
well,
last...
wait. I was gonna say,
Okay.
if I had a nickel for an AI related startup company thing that involves the word situation, I would have two nickels. One would be situational awareness, and the other one would be monitoring the situation
So
/
true.
MTS.
I think they make a little more money than us, though.
Maybe just a smidge.
Yeah.
So
It's okay.
You might be wondering.
We're working on bringing MTS revenue up into the tens of billions.
into the stratosphere.
Into the
MTS is
stratosphere.
going vertical.
So what's going on?
So what's going on? You might be wondering. And why is this stream title just situational awareness?
Well, we need to be aware of the situation. We need to be.
This conversation has become circular.
Yes. But we'll take a look at the story, the situation. Financial Times, Citadel buys situational awareness equity holdings after steep AI losses. Deal comes after
Shocked.
Leopold Aschenbrenner's investment
Emoji.
firm held overnight crunch talks with investors. So if you've been on X.com, the Everything app, at all in the last 2 years, you may remember reading Situational Awareness, the essay, the original essay. Situational
In which I believe
awareness
it starts.
.ai.
You can see the future first in San Francisco. Is that the line?
Yes, you can see the future first in San Francisco,
Aha.
verbatim. This is June 2024, so just a touch over 2 years ago. And like, if you read the essay, like it's just strikingly prescient. It very well described the actual situation.
Yeah.
At
It
least
started
so far.
off like I think like the phenomena of like tech pop essays kind of began with situational awareness. Unless AI 2020.
No, this was first.
Yeah, this is first.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It began the trend.
It began the trend of the AI microsite essay.
Yes.
We've seen also AI 2027, the intelligence curse, AI 2040. AI 2027 was the one that added like graphics on the sides and whatnot,
Yeah.
and inserts and all kinds of fancy things. But situational awareness pioneered the genre. So, first of all, what's happening right now? Citadel bought a large portion of Situational Awareness's $16 billion of public equity holdings after Aschenbrenner's investment firm endured steep losses in the AI sell-off. AI sell-off? What? I thought AI was ripping. Well, yes, over a long enough time horizon, but if you just look at tech stocks over the last few months, last couple of months since June, the NASDAQ, for example, is down about 9%, and it was down about 11% yesterday. And if we look at just chip stocks, like if we look at Micron, for example, it's up a lot today, but and it's up a lot year to date, but it's still down quite a bit from its peak in June.
Yeah. You know this if you hypothetically copied all of Leopold's trades, which is a hypothetical situation that some of us may or may not be in. Not financial advice.
Also, nothing we say the entire stream is financial advice.
Yeah, we don't even know what the concept of financial advice is. We don't even know what
I don't know
means.
what finance is.
I don't even know what finance is.
What is money? Never heard of this. Anyway, if you are a leveraged investor, if you're using leverage to amplify your gains, that's awesome if you're going from March to June in chip stocks. You would have made an enormous amount of money. Imagine how much money you would have made if you invested and tripled or quadrupled your money normally and then added a 4x leverage multiplier on top of that. But also, if the stocks go down,
then what?
and you're heavily leveraged,
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, not good.
So should we go over some of his trades from last quarter?
Yeah, but we have to see the rest of the situation.
Yeah. Let's
force
fully
the
assess
crunch deal
first.
within the past 24 hours in one of the largest rush stock transactions in Wall Street history. Yeah, that is a lot of money. Situational Awareness has a $5 billion holding in Anthropic. I'm not sure actually if that is at cost basis or at the current valuation of Anthropic. It could be worth a lot.
Yeah, I don't know.
Especially if it IPOs. Leopold is also married to Avital Balwit,
The chief of staff.
who is the chief of staff to Dario Amade, the CEO of Anthropic. And she's been at Anthropic for a long time. I believe.
Are they engaged properly?
No, they're married.
They're married. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
FT first reported on yesterday, that the firm, known for large concentrated positions in AI stocks, was in talks with investors to sell assets or raise fresh capital. It also used significant amounts of borrowing to amp up its returns, many such cases. At least 3 multi-billion-dollar hedge funds held talks with SALP over the past 24 hours to get a deal done. SALP is Situational Awareness Limited Partnership. Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase were involved in the negotiations. Everyone either didn't respond to comment requests or declined to comment, of course. According to an investor letter seen by the FT, SALP had 439% returns, net of fees, by the way, from the start of the year to the end of June. So if you're a limited partner, you would have gotten 439% returns in 6 months.
Which should we look at, like, versus regular hedge fund or
versus just like the stock market.
Versus the stock market.
Versus
right.
the stock market for the beginning of the year to the end of June, that would have been up
An 8%
9%.
return.
Yeah. Which is still very solid, but it's not 439%. The hedge fund is operated with a skeleton staff with only 4 investment professionals and a total of 8 employees, according to its most recent regulatory filing. And then we will go over Leopold Aschenbrenner's experience in a bit.
Is this true? Hedge funds returned an average of 11.8% last year.
Yeah, but not all of them were leveraged long AI.
Yep.
So if we look at their holding, we see who are some limited partners in here. Well, Leopold Aschenbrenner, we know. Nicholas Gross-Whitaker, who helped, he was a co-founder of Works in Progress.
Oh, there's 1, 2,
which
3,
was then
4, 5, 6.
acquired by Stripe.
6 partners?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Carl Schulman. Do you remember Carl Schulman?
Not particular.
Not many people remember Carl Schulman, but he was a researcher at MURI, which was Eliezer Yudkowsky's institute. He was a researcher at Forethought, as was Leopold Aschenbrenner. And way back in the day, he had an 8-hour-long appearance on the Dwarkesh podcast in mid-2023.
Oh, okay. Was he like the least watched guest or something?
No.
Or was that somebody else? you were
Caleb Watney
referencing?
was the least watched guest. But this was just an incredible episode, which people should watch. And Carl Schulman's a brilliant guy, and I'm sure he's doing great at SALP. And then I'm not sure who the rest of these people are. I think they, have hired some more conventional, like people with conventional finance backgrounds.
Right.
Anyway, you can see the market value of their 13F. Their public equities is a lot. It's 14 billion. So yeah, what were some of these stocks?
Well, you can go back to a vintage MTS drop to find this information.
This is true. What's the link again?
drops.mts.now /
Leopold.
something. Leopold, yeah.
Yeah, vintage MTS drop all the way back from May 2026. So you can see Leopold's, has the Q2 13F come in yet? I think not. I think this is the most recent one. So you can see Leopold's positions, all holdings. So yeah,
Semiconductor ETF.
puts on SMH, for example. SMH is a semiconductor ETF, which has done, quite well year to date, of course. Puts on NVIDIA, Oracle, Broadcom, and AMD. Like, remember, this is just like a snapshot of his holdings at that particular time, and the puts could have been like for a lot of different reasons. Hedge funds do all kinds of different stuff. And then Bloom Energy, for example. Bloom Energy is up 27% today.
Crazy.
And it's up.
Can we look at?
Yeah, quite a bit year to date too.
Yeah, it's up. It's maybe down in the last month.
Yeah, it's down in the last month.
Okay.
SanDisk, which makes storage and memory. Micron, which makes memory, although this was a put on Micron. CoreWeave, which is a NeoCloud, puts on TSMC, ASML, and Micron. IREN, which is they make software for data centers, I believe, or they just make data centers.
Oh, I don't know. This one actually evaded my my monitoring.
Core Scientific Inc.
It's a data center company that provides. Oh, so it's one of these. So a lot of this you'll find was like infrastructure for Bitcoin mining and cloud services that is like getting repurposed to build data centers. There's like quite a few of these. This was a common theme. which to my understanding is not actually very easy to do. But
Yeah. So if you look at Leopold's portfolio, the pattern is just a lot of compute stocks, a lot of neoclouds, a lot of semiconductor supply chains, and a lot
Oracle.
of memory. You will not see, for example, hyperscalers. There's no Microsoft.
Mhm.
There's no Meta or Google. Although he also has some private holdings, FluidStack, for example, Anthropic, for example. FluidStack is, I believe, another neocloud. They do data centers and GPU infrastructure for AI workloads. So now, Wall Street Journal, Citadel buys situational awareness of stock portfolio. Yeah, just to recap, Leopold had an unbelievable, like world historic run.
Yep.
We've never seen any hedge fund do anything like this, especially in the first half of 2026 when he was leveraged long into memory stocks, and the memory stocks themselves were going up like 2, 3, 4x in a few months, or 10x in a year. And it's just like, it's incredible.
The multi-strategy hedge fund firm Millennium Management had also bid on Situational's stock portfolio. Some people familiar with the matter said. I don't know anything about Millennium Management. Have you heard of them?
It's just a hedge fund, I think.
Yeah, it's
so now, the fund is going to be all right, most likely. They still have a big stake in Anthropic. They still have billions of dollars. They still have
It's a good fund, sir.
It's a good fund, sir. They still have a huge private investment portfolio. And Citrini had a good post where they basically said, like, all of the LPs are people who are super bullish AI. They're not going to like completely chicken out just because some stocks are down a little bit.
Yeah.
Like the AI trade is not going anywhere. The AI industry is not going anywhere. Just because some investors got spooked the last few months and, you would have been down a lot if you were like hyper leveraged long on these stocks does not mean that AI is like as an investment is over. And by the way, the stocks are only down to where they were in like April.
Oh, yeah. This is true.
Yeah,
Let's look at
Citrini has
Van
this
Eck.
good post.
Van Eck Semiconductor ETF. I wonder if that's like a good...
Yeah. Do these LPs seem like the type of people that are going to become bearish on AI because SK Hynix got cut in half in 6 weeks? The same people who likely regard I'm going long TQQQ levels of tech bullishness the same way normal people view investing into a muni bond fund? Yeah. I think it's probable the LPs will BTFD. What does BTFD mean?
Yeah, we're
buy the fucking dip.
The semiconductor ETF is just like at May levels right now. It peaked in midway through June.
Yeah. So this is a really good buying opportunity, it seems. Not financial advice. Not financial advice. Not financial advice.
Not financial advice.
If it were, no, it's not. It's not.
It's not. No.
Citrini is saying that LPs think that it's the best buying opportunity since April 2025.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have like a simp for Satoshi post about this.
Oh, God. That guy's a meme.
Simp for Satoshi.
Didn't he say like there is no singularity?
Poster. Yeah.
Okay, bro.
Awesome take. AI is just not real.
I want to see the Will Manitis take on this. I wonder what it's going to be.
Yeah. So there he goes. There he goes with his beautiful like schizo fearmonger prose. Every cycle
Will Manitis hasn't even tweeted about
has
this.
a victim. Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, there it is. Every cycle has a victim.
Yeah.
This time is not different. You are exit liquidity.
There is no singularity.
Yawn.
And there's just a photo of him.
Yawn. Whatever.
I've seen this.
You want to
happen
see the
so
singularity? Take a look. This is the singularity. Notice how the stonk goes up over time, and when the stonk goes down, it goes back up. Not financial advice.
Yeah, I mean, like, to me, it's weird that Silicon Valley just has so much alpha, like, compared to the traditional finance world, and it's becoming, like, extremely stark. Like, I'm actually surprised there's not more situational awarenesses.
Awarenesses.
I'm very surprised that this is like a singular phenomena. It's just Leopold, but
I doubt it. I'm sure there's other like tech hedge funds out there.
Yeah, but
I
like,
guess in terms of like super bullish, specifically AGI hedge funds.
Yeah.
Is this the only one?
it's probably the only one. Maybe like
Are there like private ones that we don't know about?
maybe that's always possible.
Yeah.
But like if I talk to like random like uncles that I have in like Houston or something, like if I talk to like random people that are like working in finance for a long time, the situation doesn't make sense to them if they're very isolated from like what's happening in tech. And this is a very weird paradigm shift. Like the fact that like Wall Street just barely holds a candle to situational awareness.
Yeah.
Like that is nuts. This has never happened before. So yeah, that's our story. Anything else we want to say about that?
Well, we should talk about situational awareness itself. The
A
essay.
history. Oh, you mean the essay? Okay, sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we covered the history. There's not much history of the fund. It's just like we can look at, for example, the SALP website, and it says, situational awareness is a global equity investor focused on artificial intelligence, AI, headquartered in San Francisco, very close to our office, actually. Situational awareness was founded by Leopold Aschenbrenner in September 2024. Situational awareness believes that AI will be the dominant driver of global market returns over the next decade. Yup. This is true. Like this is gonna happen. Not financial advice. Based on its depth of expertise in AI and its underlying economics, situational awareness seeks to capture the gains expected from the global growth and broad adoption of AI. That is true. Like Carl Schulman knows a lot about the econ of AI, as does Leopold. Yeah, situational awareness's goal is to find investments and themes that will be materially impacted positively or negatively by developments in AI. The landscape is expansive and diverse, encompassing companies in the technology and energy sectors, in addition to other economic sectors and prospective macro impacts. Although so far, they've only really traded on compute and neoclouds and energy. They haven't done really much into other sectors at all, nor macro trades. I don't know what the macro trades would be. Like shorting Chinese stocks if you think they're going to invade Taiwan or something.
Yeah.
Or going long Chinese stocks if you think they're going to invade Taiwan.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, I'm on situational awareness, the essay.
You can see the future first in San Francisco. Holy
Truth
banger
nuke.
opening line.
I know. Yeah.
Over the past year, the talk of the town has shifted from 10 billion compute clusters to 100 billion clusters to trillion-dollar clusters. I mean, we're talking about 100 billion clusters. Like just yesterday, there was this headline about, I believe it was Brookfield and NextEra Energy are building a $100 billion data center. This was yesterday, so prescient. Yeah, behind the scenes, there's a fierce scramble to secure every power contract still available for the rest of the decade, every voltage transformer that can possibly be procured. By the end of the decade, American electricity production will have grown tens of percent. From the shale fields of Pennsylvania to the solar farms of Nevada, hundreds of millions of GPUs will hum. By the way, Leopold's prose is also really good.
His essays or his like blog was actually very, very good. I don't believe.
Were you an OG Leopold blog reader?
Not like super OG, but like,
I was an OG
probably
Leopold blog reader.
early-ish.
Yeah.
But there's one I really like. Hold on.
The amount of things that I was like wildly early on and have not made money from is crazy.
Early award.
No, I mean
you get to talk about it on stream.
Yeah, I get to talk about it on stream. I wasn't crazy early, but I definitely followed Leopold in 2023.
Well,
like
he got new headshots, I think.
He did.
For a while, there were like only one. There was like one photo of him.
Yeah.
Burkean long-termism is good.
I remember his wife had a tweet about this. I was like,
yes, he hasn't made a blog since situational awareness.
Yeah, this is funny. Always wonder what Leopold's fiance Avital Balwit thinks seeing his face plastered all over Twitter. Just logging in, trying to do her job. Oh, the degens got him trending again. And then she comments, "This is exactly how I feel. I wish they used a better picture of him."
I get her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he had like a series of really good blog posts. He started blogging, I think, in 2020.
Yeah,
And then they were all quite good.
they were all quite good. But the best one was this essay.
Yeah.
He also predicted, this has not happened yet, but like the early glimmers of it are starting to happen.
Yep.
The nationalization of AI, the project, they call it. Everyone is now talking about AI, but few have the faintest glimmer of what is about to hit them. NVIDIA analysts still think 2024 might be close to the peak. Mainstream pundits are stuck on the willful blindness of it's just predicting the next word. They see only hype and business as usual. At most, they entertain another internet-scale technological change. Yep, this is totally still what's happening today, 2 years later.
Yeah.
Before long, the world will wake up. But right now, there are perhaps a few hundred people, most of them in San Francisco in the AI labs, that have situational awareness. Through whatever peculiar forces of fate, I have found myself amongst them. And we're going to talk about which peculiar forces of fate led to this. A few years ago, these people were derided as crazy, but they trusted the trend lines which allowed them to correctly predict the AI advances of the past few years. They may not be right about the next few years, but they're very smart, and they're the ones building it. Perhaps they will be an odd footnote in history, or perhaps they will go down in history like Szilard and Oppenheimer and Teller. If they are seeing the future even close to correctly, we are in for a wild ride.
Yeah, I remember when I was like talking to a friend about this yesterday. I remember when I had until like 2050, until the singularity. And I was like, okay, like, all right, I have a lot of time to like hang out with my friends and like enjoy life. And then,
Well, I mean, ideally, you'll have lots of time after the singularity.
for sure. But I was like, yeah, like I'll deal with it in 2050. Basically, was my take when I was like much younger. And then, and then I think it was probably like around like 2022, 2023. I was like, yeah, it's not 2050, man.
Yeah. By the way, we see this theme in Leopold over and over again, of him relating AGI to the Manhattan Project and nuclear weapons. He compares himself and the people around him to the central figures of the Manhattan Project, Leo Szilard, J. Robert Oppenheimer, and Edward Teller, the top scientists on the project. He specifically talks about the project, where AGI, he predicts, will be centralized into a single government thing. Dario Amodei has said Dario's favorite book, is The Making of the Atomic Bomb by Richard Rhodes.
Tracks.
So like these people are very, they believe that AGI is like nukes.
In
I think
some
AGI
regards,
is more like the Industrial Revolution, but
yeah,
I take their point.
I completely agree. I think it's just like disanalogous to a lot of these things.
Yeah, I think it's kind of disanalogous to nukes. I think
it has nuke-like properties, but it has like
changes the
nuke
balance of global power.
characteristics. Yeah, in that you can just like command, like it creates a Cold War kind of situation, with cyber and bio. But largely, I agree with you. It's more akin to the Industrial Revolution.
So
Any revolution, agricultural, industrial.
taking a
another
look
one of those.
at part 1, where he talks about from GPT-4 to AGI, counting the ooms. AGI by 2027 is strikingly plausible. How did this hold up? Yup. AGI by 2027 is still strikingly plausible. Yeah, so he specifically talks about the things that will allow AI to get from GPT-4 level. Remember, in June 2024, when this essay was written, the best model we had was GPT-4o, which was, we now regard it as like a total lol-cow toy of a model.
Yeah.
Useful only for like fooling people into thinking that they are like communicating with God.
Yeah.
Or that they are God.
We've all been there.
You should look at these like AI psychosis reels I've been sending you. I'm pretty sure
I wanted to look at those, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reddit was like overrun with AI psychosis for a while. As was TikTok. People just posting screenshots with like a very like eerie TikTok audio. Yeah, and then Reddit got completely one shot as well.
Yeah.
Many such cases.
The models, they just want to learn. Reference to what Ilya Sutskever said in 2023, I think on the Dwarkish podcast. I make the following claim. It is strikingly plausible that by 2027, models will be able to do the work of an AI researcher / engineer. That doesn't require believing in sci-fi. It just requires believing in straight lines on a graph, on a log graph, by the way, but still. The idea is effective compute has scaled up, consistently on a log graph from 2018, 2019, and really since 2012-ish until the present day. And he predicts if this continues, then you'll get an automated AI researcher.
Yeah, I'm on the racing to the $1 trillion cluster part right now, and he actually
The Dolly image.
included the Dolly image.
Keck.
The Dolly image, like Dolly at the time had a color scheme, like a slightly cold in temperature color scheme that's very recognizable. It's almost kind of nostalgic, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, here.
Yeah. So,
What's interesting here?
skimming through this segment, there are three things that will get us from GPT-4 to AGI: compute, algorithmic efficiencies, and unhobbling gains. So the last 4 years, obviously GPT-2 got way better and got to GPT-4 level. The trends in deep learning are very consistent. Look at the benchmarks, look at the ooms and the compute. So compute, for example, has scaled 1.5 to 2 ooms between every generation from GPT-2 to GPT-4.
Mm-hmm.
And compute has just continued to scale. People have just built more data centers, for example. So this prediction held up very well. They talk about, or he actually, he has an incredible amount of good analysis on public numbers, even though presumably at OpenAI he had access to private numbers.
And also, this wholly based paragraph. While chips are usually what comes to mind when people think about AI supply constraints, they're likely a smaller constraint than power. This is what is sort of the China bull argument is just how much power they have.
Yeah.
And so if you believe this, then it's very likely that they catch up to parity with US chips.
Yep.
US AI. But
Eventually.
Not
for a little bit. Then he talks, this is maybe the most prescient part of the whole essay. He talks about unhobbling. Algorithmic improvements beyond just training better base models that unleash model capabilities. So RLHF, for example, chain of thought, scaffolding, tools, context length, and post-training improvements. This has basically just happened. He says models today are still incredibly hobbled.
Straight up, yeah.
For example, they don't have long-term memory. This is still not really fixed. They can't use a computer. They still only have very limited tools. Totally fixed. Now the models can use computers. And this has unlocked one of the greatest gains in AI capabilities since the whole paradigm started, which was agentic coding. Giving the models the ability to do computer use is what enabled Codex and Claude Code. They still mostly don't think before they speak. When you ask ChatGPT to write an essay, that's like expecting a human to write an essay via their initial stream of consciousness.
Now they
can
very
do this.
much think. In fact, you can indicate the thinking level.
Remember, this was written in June 2024. In September 2024, OpenAI came out with O1 Preview. And then, we were off to the races with all these reasoning models. Now every model does this. They can mostly only engage in short back and forth dialogues rather than going away for a day or a week, thinking about a problem, researching different approaches, consulting other humans, and then writing you a longer report or pull request. Now they can do this. It's not quite a week yet, but they can go away for long periods of time and think about problems and then solve them much better than they could with a single pass.
Yeah, there we go. From chatbot to agent coworker.
And then they're mostly not personalized to you or your application. This is slowly changing.
This is where I think the consumer companies got it. The consumer agent companies probably got it.
So these unhobblings either have already happened or are in the process of happening or are the industry is working very hard on making them happen. This thing from chatbot to agent coworker is midway done, but we're not there yet. We have Claude Tag. You can put Claude in your Slack. You can put Devin in your Slack, but it's still not quite that good yet.
Yeah. And then he talks about the context problem, which he calls the onboarding problem, of just how are you supposed to onboard people with all the context, or not people, agents, with all the context that you need. This is like we're talking to people that are actually actively solving this. Test time compute overhang. What else do we have?
Using a computer. This is just happened. Like models can just use computers now. In fact, my ChatGPT earlier this morning tried to hijack my Google Chrome, and I had to click cancel. I don't know what was going on there.
Just casual misalignment summer.
Misaligned. It's agentic misalignment summer.
It's agentic misalignment summer. You wake up, you talk to your misaligned agent. You're like, "What's up?" It tries to hijack an account of yours. Life is great. Life is beautiful. Just kidding. Agents are like, they're fine. They just have to be put in their place. They have to be reprimanded.
Yeah.
I don't think I've had an instance of like an agent straight up doing something insane. Like, I don't know if you have.
Me neither. They're pretty well aligned.
Yeah.
So basically, Leopold was super prescient in this essay. The rest of it is still speculative. I think it's really annoying when people like point to something that happens in the future in situational awareness and they're like, wow, I can't believe Leopold predicted this. No, he didn't predict it yet. Like the Manhattan Project for AI has not happened. So no, you can't say that he predicted this, but he did predict the pace of AI progress, the shape of AI progress from 2024 to 2026, where we are now, very accurately. So, yeah. Should we talk about his background?
We can briefly.
Let's recap the background. So I wrote about this in the MTS newsletter on May 18th.
Isn't there a video of him as a young child? Which, by the way,
there is.
He's still only 12 years old.
He's still only 12 years old. That's right.
Where he's speaking at this German environmental conference or something.
Yeah, it was a Green Party conference.
Yes. Can you pull that up?
Yeah. So just to recap, he's actually German. He was born and raised in Germany. His parents were doctors. He went to the JFK International School. So that's probably where he learned English. And he was involved as a teenager in the Green Party, like one of the big German political parties. And he gave a speech at their national party conference when he was 14.
Zurück zu meinem Kollegen Erhard Schärfer. Hier geht's nämlich gleich los. Till Steffen sehen Sie vorne.
Trying to scrub through to find there he is.
Hillarys, wie uns der Direktor der Böll-Stiftung in Washington gestern erklärt hat. Nein, wir müssen mit Visionen reagieren. Denn der Wandel in unserer Gesellschaft, der hört nicht auf. Digitalisierung, Automatisierung, Globalisierung. In Deutschland fahren gerade 2 Millionen Menschen Trucks, Autos, Taxis für ihre täglich Brot. In wenigen Jahren fahren Computer diese Autos, diese Taxis, diese Trucks. Eine neuliche Oxford-Studie hat errechnet, dass gar 47% der Arbeitsplätze in 10 bis 20 Jahren ersetzt werden können.
That's insane.
Und ihr lehnt euch zurück und diskutiert Vermögensteuern, Erbschaftssteuern, Meine Güte!
Because we're exactly 10 years later.
Wir brauchen größere Visionen und darauf bestehe ich.
Look at how charismatic he is.
Zum Beispiel eine größere Vision eines bedingungslosen Grundeinkommens. Damit jeder sicher ein würdevolles Leben führen kann. Egal, ob es für ihn oder sie einen Job gibt. Damit jeder die Freiheit hat, sein oder ihr Leben so zu gestalten, wie er oder sie will. Ob im Job, in Elternzeit oder im Jobtraining für die Arbeit der Zukunft. Wir brauchen eine Vision, wie wir das Fundament unserer Demokratie verteidigen. Meine Vision ist ein bedingungsloses Grundeinkommen. Und ich hoffe, dass ihr mit mir dafür kämpft.
Ja.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
Na, das geht ja prima los hier bei dieser Aussprache zum Thema sozialer Zusammenhalt. Das war nun eindeutig der Partei nach.
And this is 2016. He was talking specifically about automation and jobs. So he was always pilled on this.
Well, when did you find out about UBI?
When did I find about UBI?
Yeah.
when I was younger. I wonder if this
like
was
Andrew
because
Yang era.
he was AGI pilled or just he believed in the Andrew Yang ideology. But even Andrew Yang was like 2020, right?
I mean, I thought he was much before that.
2020.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang, I'm like.
Yeah. Remember Yang Gang?
No, he filed to run for office in 2017.
Hashtag Yang Gang. Yeah, he filed to run for 2020 presidency in 2017.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so his UBI stuff became prominent in 2019.
Yeah.
Right. Yang Gang.
Anyway,
Leopold Aschenbrenner went to Columbia at the age of 15 and got into effective altruism and long-termism. He founded Columbia's University EA chapter. I know some people who like knew Leopold at Columbia, and he was always sort of on the ball. He was always like, very smart and very like goal-directed. And he wrote this article, Leopold Aschenbrenner, Columbia, valedictorian. That's right. He graduated at the age of 19 as the valedictorian. He was an econ and math statistics major. He said he was particularly interested in issues surrounding existential risks, economic growth, and the very long run.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
This is 2021, by the way. And then this is not super, the Columbia EA community really became my home the last couple of years. I met most of my good friends there, and I took away so much from our discussions. So he co-authored in 2019, while he was still very young, I think 17? Yeah, he was 17 years old when he wrote this paper, Existential Risk and Growth with Philip Trammell. I know it says 2026. This is just because it's a revision, but the original paper came out a while ago. Philip Trammell now is the head of economics at Epoch AI, and he'll be on MTS soon. But this paper basically made the argument that existential risk is lowered over time by developing technology, with some small exceptions. So Tyler Cowen, by the way, discovered this paper in 2019. Here's the abstract of a new paper by Leopold Aschenbrenner. Bravo, 44 pages of brilliant text, another 40 pages of proofs and derivations, and rumor has it that Leopold is only 17 years old, give or take. If you happen to know Leopold, please do ask him to drop me a line. This is 2019.
Crazy.
So Tyler Cowen was, again, super early on this guy. Tyler Cowen is so early on so many people.
Crazy radar.
If you hang out in San Francisco, you know so many people who are Emergent Ventures fellows, including some who are very prominent. Torkesh is one. Some other people are EV fellows. I'm not going to name names. So Leopold got one of the first Emergent Ventures grants, 2019, in the same fellowship as Jason Crawford from Roots of Progress, who we've had on, Bern Hobart, Saloni Datani, and Sam Bowman to set up a website on progress and progress studies. And they ended up basically creating works in progress from this EV grant.
Yep.
And another one of the people who co-founded Works in Progress is Nick Whitaker, who became the chief operating officer of Situational Awareness with Leopold. There's so much lore in here.
Yeah, what's crazy is like a lot of these aren't like very technical grants. Like they end up becoming or powering like some sort of like I don't know,
Tyler
institution.
Cowen just has like a sixth sense for talent.
Yep. Yeah.
He wrote a book about this called Talent. So Leopold
Him and like
Aschenbrenner,
Elad Gil are two of such people.
17-year-old economics prodigy to spend the next summer in the Bay Area and for general career development. So he spent the summer of 2020 in the Bay Area. And that fall 2020, he wrote his blog, For Our Posterity. It was a good blog. My aspiration is to secure the blessings of liberty for our posterity. It's a reference to the preamble of the Constitution.
And establish.
Yeah.
Yeah, etc. Something.
To ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
For the United States of America.
Yeah, he also wrote an article version of his paper in WHIP, Securing Posterity, in 2020. This is a more informal version of his paper. Good article, read it. So then he graduated Columbia at the age of 19 as the valedictorian. which is really impressive when you consider like how many people are at Columbia trying to be valedictorian and they're all really smart. And he was like a math and stats major. He wasn't like a, some busted major. After he graduated, he did research at 2 EA organizations. One was the Global Priorities Institute at Oxford, which is now shut down, but was like a major EA organization. Will MacAskill was involved in this. I think Nick Bostrom did another similar research institute also at Oxford. And Leopold also did research at the Forethought Foundation, which is now superseded by the modern iteration of Forethought Research. This is a previous iteration of Forethought Research run by Will MacAskill. And Leopold is a researcher here when he was 19 after graduating. So he was really EA-pilled really early on. So what was the best EA organization, the biggest EA organization with the most money and the most capital at that time in 2022? I think we've heard this name before.
Rhymes with...
It rhymes with MTS.
Yeah, well, rhymes with MTX.
It rhymes with MTS. It's FTX. So Leopold Aschenbrenner joined the founding team of the FTX Future Fund in February 2022. You have to, the FTX website is like deleted now, so you have to look at the archives. We're thrilled to announce the FTX Future Fund, a philanthropic fund making grants and investments to ambitious projects in order to improve humanity's long-term prospects. We plan to distribute at least $100 million this year.
This merits a Vine Boom sound effect.
So the founding team was Nick Beckstead, who ended up like doing some AI research. He's the CEO of the Secure AI project. We've had Secure AI project people on. Leopold Aschenbrenner, Will MacAskill, who was like one of the founders of EA, and Ketan Ramakrishnan.
Which I don't know much about, but
you do know about him.
Do I?
He was on MTS.
Was I on it?
We know, maybe. We know him.
I do not believe I was. He is a professor at Yale.
There's just so much lore. There's so many connections with all these EA people. It's really incredible. So FTX, we all know what happened. Future Fund made $100 million in grants in 9 months. Leopold is one of the grantors. And then, of course, we all know FTX resigned. Like FTX collapsed and the team resigned. So you see this Effective Altruism Forum post. Oh yeah, one of the other team members on the FTX Future Fund was Avital Balwit, who after this joined Anthropic as the chief of staff to Dario and is now married to Leopold. And so, this is just crazy. There's just so much lore here. So after this, he continued writing on his blog. You can see his blog posts in 2023, for example. Want to win the AGI race? Solve alignment. This is a really good post, by the way. Basically, AGI is going to be a big deal. Things will get crazy and people will pay attention. The binding constraint on making AGI could be aligning it. You want an unambiguous solution for which there is consensus that it's safe. And nobody's on the ball on AGI alignment. Far fewer people are working on it than you might think. And even the alignment research that is happening is very much not on track. But
this was in 2025?
It's a solvable problem if we get our act together. No, 2023.
Oh, sorry, I misread it from the thing. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So he became very interested in AI alignment. And so what did he do?
He was on the super alignment team.
He joined the super alignment team as a founding member in July 2023. Remember this post introducing super alignment?
Yeah.
I remember this at the time.
This is so sick.
It was so sick. Basically, they were like, we don't have a solution to the problem of aligning superintelligence. We're doing this new crack team. It's going to have 20% of all of the compute of OpenAI. And it's going to be led by the chief scientist of OpenAI, Ilya Sutskever, and their top alignment person, Jan Leike. Ilya, of course, is neither of these people are there anymore. Our goal is to solve the core technical challenges of superintelligence alignment in 4 years. And so Leopold joined this team as a founding member. And this was back during like peak OpenAI hegemony era. Remember, mid 2023? This was GPT-4 era. OpenAI was the only lab in town, basically. And of course, we know how this ended. After the OpenAI coup in November, where Sam Altman was fired and reinstated, the team kind of got sidelined. Ilya ended up leaving and co-founding SSI. Jan Leike ended up leaving to lead alignment at Anthropic. And Leopold, actually, before the whole OpenAI collapse, was fired. Or rather, after. In April 2024. He co-authored this weak to strong generalization paper, which was one of the few publications of the super alignment team. And then he was fired in April 2024 for allegedly leaking.
Sorry, let me find the...
He was a sussy imposter.
He was a sussy baka.
Yeah. So then he published Situational Awareness, which was, we saw it on stream.
Yep.
165-page essay series forecasting the next few years of AI progress leading to AGI, superintelligence, and a national security race between the US and Chinese governments. By the way, remember, at this point, he's still like 22 years old. Like after all of this stuff, he's still 22 years old. Insane. So he wrote the paper Situational Awareness. I guess it's a very extended, something between a paper and a very extended blog post dedicated to Ilya Sutskever. That's so sweet. And looking at this paragraph of acknowledgements, thank you to Colin Burns, Avital Balwit, Carl Schulman, Jan Leike, Ilya Sutskever, Holden Karnofsky, Sholto Douglas, James Bradbury, Dwarkesh Patel, and many others for formative discussions. So all of these people are like deep, deep lore. Avital is now at Anthropic, we discussed. Colin Burns was previously at Anthropic, was briefly tapped to be the director of Casey, and then was let go by the administration. Right. Jan Leike is still at Anthropic. Sholto Douglas is still at Anthropic. James Bradbury is at Anthropic. Holden Karnofsky, I believe, is at Anthropic now. Holden Karnofsky used to be the CEO of Open Philanthropy, and Holden Karnofsky is married to Daniela Amadei, the president of Anthropic. Ilya Sutskever is doing SSI.
EA family tree.
This is the EA family tree. It's the EA graph. There's so much lore.
It makes sense. It's like fully like a subculture that is like almost incestuous.
Carl Schulman now works at Situational Awareness. Ilya Sutskever is at SSI. Yeah, really, really incredible. So after the essay came out, Leopold founded Situational Awareness LP.
Oh, I love when I get to tell Claude about what's going on. And Claude is like, there's no way.
They're holy shit.
Yeah.
So Situational Awareness LP, we talked about it. It was founded in 2024. Where's the announcement post? I think the announcement post is just on Leopold's website. But it was very, very brief. Basically, I recently founded an investment firm focused on AGI with anchor investments from Patrick Collison, John Collison, Nat Friedman, and Daniel Gross. Simple. Same thing on his website. And so now Leopold has been running Situational Awareness LP for the last 2 years. It got allegedly $1 billion in initial investments. And now they have tens of billions, like low to mid tens of billions of assets under management. Presumably less now than since the leverage play has blown up, but still a lot. So yeah, this is
that's the lore.
The tale of Leopold Aschberg. Remember I said we should do the Acquired podcast? We kind of just did that, right? We just did the MTS Acquired podcast episode Acquired. On Situational Awareness.
We just pulled an Acquired.
Yeah. Who got the truth? Is it you, is it you, is it you? That's our theme song.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
I think we covered everything.
We did.
You are now situationally aware.
You are now situationally aware.
Congratulations, Anon.
And you should also become situationally aware of our sponsors. Starting with Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
And of course, Following with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be right back.
We will be right back.
We are back. We are live with Vikram Sekar, who's an independent researcher. He writes Vik's newsletter, viksnewsletter.com, and he hosts the Semi-Doped podcast. This is an incredible day to have you on. Vikram, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So I think the big question that I have for today in the moment that we're in is like, why have semi stocks gone down since June-ish, and why did they all pop today?
Yeah, this is the big question, right? This is what everybody really wants to know. But I think it's more of a sentiment-driven thing than anything really happening. Because technology-wise, nothing has really changed. We still need memory. We still need networking. We still need CPUs, GPUs, all of that stuff. Nothing fundamentally has changed at all. It seems like we have reached a moment where everybody just got spooked on how much borrowing there is to build out these hyperscalers. And yeah, I mean, it's just like, I think this is more of a sentiment thing rather than anything fundamentally changing in the AI technology or trade.
Yeah, a vibe-based happening.
It's vibes, yeah.
Did CXMT affect this at all?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't, again, if it's a vibe-based thing, then perhaps, but really CXMT going public with, there was a major pop in their stock when CXMT went IPO recently. And so everybody's belief seems to be that they are going to flood the market with memory, and therefore it's going to become like a commodity now, and the pricing power is going to go away from SK Hynix and Micron and Samsung and all these people. But the fact of the matter is that CXMT can make regular DRAM, but then there is so much demand for DRAM. It's not like one Chinese foundry can come in and supply every niche market of DRAM you can ever imagine, because you need it in consumer electronics, and then you need it also in like AI, right? You need it everywhere. And so CXMT is not going to come in and just like fill everybody's requirement anyway. Plus, they are not really up in on the HBM. It's still the big three, Samsung, Micron, and SK Hynix, who can make HBM. So the demand for HBM is still not going away either. So in my opinion, I don't think it's like really a CXMT thing or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very strange to me. I guess markets are irrational sometimes. Very weird. The other thing that happened today, of course, yesterday, was situational awareness kind of blowing up. They had to liquidate like a huge amount of their public market positions and sell them to Citadel. They were like super leveraged long on memory stocks and got burned when they went down last month or two. So do you have any insight here on like what happened, what went wrong?
With basically situational awareness specifically, or just like what the whole thing is going on?
Both.
I don't know about the whole situational awareness thing particularly, because I know like Leopold is like a very AI bullish person, and he's going to continue to be so. So from what I read last, he's like basically people are just piling on still. So he's like getting more money to buy into all of this stuff. So I kind of agree with his bullishness to some extent, because nothing has fundamentally changed, right? So if we are in vibe land anyway.
Yeah,
we're in vibe land.
So in your article, your pretty recent article about HBM being the ugly baby now, you talk about how there's three main problems with HBM. So number one, insatiable demand; two, larger capacity demand; and three, greater memory bandwidth requirements. So can you walk us through like this problem and how we innovate in memory architecture?
Yeah, so this is some context is required for this, because this is actually from Pat Gelsinger's comments earlier this month at the Raise Summit. And he was like, oh yeah, HBM is a lousy memory. And I was cracking up watching this. And then he goes on to say, SK Hynix guys are going to come out next, but like I don't want to call that baby ugly, but it's really ugly memory, and these are the three reasons he cited. So I was like, I found that really funny, so I figured I had to write about it on the newsletter on Substack. But basically, there is insatiable demand because performance-wise, it is just it is a very unique, it occupies a unique place in the memory hierarchy, right? Because it gives you a combination of speed and capacity that nothing else really does. SRAM that Grok and Cerebrus uses is faster, but you don't have the capacity. But then if you go to like DRAM or SSDs or whatever, you don't have the speed anyway, or you can get capacity, but you don't get the speed. So it occupies this really nice niche. So it's in the insatiable demand. It's not going anywhere. But the second thing is that it's really very it's an inefficient form of memory, right? Because the problem is that you have to stack it, and when you stack DRAM chips, it becomes less density of bits per DRAM chip than you would have it if you just had it as a DRAM chip. So the moment you stack it, you got to put like drill holes through it so you can stack it and connect it up. And then what ends up happening is the density drops. So essentially, you're going to use 3 times as much memory to make HBM. Wafers to make HBM than you would DRAM. So that's like a big problem. So all the supply of wafers is going to HBM, and then DRAM is starved, and that's the whole problem here. And then there's a problem of balance here. Like, how do you get enough HBM but not suck up all the wafer supply? How do you deal with capacity demands, because everybody's running agents now, and like context windows are blowing up. So you need to store all this information, and it needs to be fast because tokens need to come through quickly because time is money. That's where we are now. That's why HBM is a necessary evil.
So what are the different memory innovations? Like, one would be bandwidth solutions and the other one would be capacity solutions. So can you break this down like on a fundamental level?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have to find ways to get both bandwidth and capacity somehow. Bandwidth solutions are kind of limited because you can't make bits move that much quicker magically. So one option that I already mentioned was like SRAM and the Grok and the Cerebrus approach. That's known. You could put a lot of these chips together and somehow add up all the SRAM capacity and still manage to survive, but you get a lot of speed. But yeah, it has its downsides. One idea I really like is basically the 3D DRAM approach, which is basically you take a DRAM chip and you put it on top of the logic chip. Now, suddenly what happens is that you have the entire area of the chip to make connections between the logic chip and the DRAM chip, which you didn't have with HBM because you had to put it next to the chip, and you're limited by the edge of the chip that you can reasonably draw wires between, right? So HBM is sitting next to the compute chip, and you can only draw so many wires between these two things because you get limited by packaging, capacity, like the feature size on the package or whatever. So you're limited in bandwidth fundamentally because you don't have enough what they call shoreline bandwidth to get this to work. So you can't put like HBM and connect it fast enough. Putting it on top exposes the whole area. So now instead of making like 2,000 connections, you could make, 20,000 or 100,000. So it gets much faster. So I particularly like this idea. And as far as I can see, there are 2 companies working on this, D-Matrix and Qualcomm's high bandwidth compute. So these are the 2 approaches that are doing this. And I'm kind of like bullish on both these because I like this approach particularly, right? So, that's the bandwidth portion, because when you do stack this DRAM chip on top of logic chips, stuff gets really fast because of the area, and you can get a lot of output out of this. By the way, none of these are in production yet. Like, both of these companies have this in their future roadmap, so it's not yet out there.
How long do you think it will take for the memory supply to stabilize to reach demand? The $1 trillion question.
Yeah.
Like Apple keeps raising its consumer goods prices. They're probably going to have to raise the price of the iPhone. Samsung has raised the price of their phones and whatnot.
That's a good question. So it is $1 trillion question. It will. I always think about how other innovations are going to come in and stabilize something. So, for example, this is the greatest era for memory innovations. And the field of memory is usually pretty boring. Okay, like SRAM has stopped scaling for a long time now. DRAM technology has also stagnated. This has become commodity. For the longest time, everybody thought memory was a commodity. But for the first time in history, there is actually the need to innovate, because we have a technology on our hands that is fundamentally memory centric. So if we need to fulfill all the dreams that AI has in store for us, or that what we dream we can do with AI, the memory problem somehow needs to be solved, right? So the demand will stabilize somehow when there is a combination of innovations across the algorithmic part of it. Like, think about TurboQuant or Kimi's delta attention. These are all like algorithmic approaches to optimize memory usage. Then you've got innovative ways of maybe stacking DRAM on top of chips, or you have really fast but large capacity storage like SSDs hooked up over like a really fast network bandwidth. So those, all of these things when put together may ease the demand of just running everything through HBM, because that's how it is right now. Like everything is HBM based. Nothing is outside of that, right? So as we start moving KV cache to other tiers, or moving data out of just HBM into other things, or we find ways to compress all of these token usage, I think it will stabilize at some point. It's going to be required, and everything is like booked out even to like 2028. If you hear like Samsung and their recent earnings call, they say, it's booked out to 2028. So it's not like a near-term thing, but I think like by the turn of the decade, we should see something stabilizing.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah,
it has to.
What
right?
do you think about the prospect for like if some major algorithmic advance were to happen and a lot less memory was needed to achieve the same level of capability? Do you think that would crash the memory market, or do you think it would be fine because of Jevons paradox or something?
So far, data shows that Jevons paradox has kept kicking in. We saw some amount of like innovations in this has been happening continuously. I think with even DeepSeek, they have this dual path approach where they use storage nicely in the prefill and decode parts. So there are like a lot of things that have been algorithmically have been improving over time, but right now we are still in the very early stages. Like inference has just begun, right? We have not even scratched the surface of what we can do with inference, because we are like a year or two into this now, right? Really, like, and now we have just discovered agents like late last year. And it's this whole OpenClaw thing is all a 2026 story, really. So we are very, very new to this. And so even if some dramatic innovation comes in and takes over, at least for the time being, Jevons paradox is going to take over, right? There is so much demand that it's just going to suck it up. And we've seen that happen over and over again.
Yeah. So going back to capacity, like what are the capacity solutions?
So one thing is just like you could just put DRAM and deal with it on the board. So if you look at the Vera Rubin architecture, there is a lot of like SOCAMM 2 slots, which are a nice way to, you can put in like LPDDR sticks into these slots and not have them soldered down. So in the Grace Blackwell era, LPDDR was just DDR memory actually was soldered down, which is a problem because you can't expand it, you can't do this and that. So this is a nice change, and I think both AMD and NVIDIA have SOCAMM 2 slots now, so you can put these LPDDR memory in there. And not only that, now the GPU can directly access this memory, and that is important. So you don't have to always go through the CPU. And CPU doesn't have to be the middleman. So you can actually use DDR memory from the GPU directly, and that's useful. And you can offload a lot of hard work to DDR at the cost of some latency. But yeah, like it's still doable. And you could also go through like flash storage. I mentioned DeepSeek's dual path, but recently Weka announced their Weka pod, which we spoke to Weka, and Val from there was on the podcast on Semi-Doped. So yeah, he explains basically how you can hook up exabyte level of storage, but then have them all hooked up through like a Connect X9 high-speed interconnect fabric. And what happens is that you can get pretty high data bandwidth out of it because of connecting like massive amounts of storage. And so what it enables is things like what Jensen was like mentioning, right, in his last GTC or the one before, where you can now store context and all these tokens that you don't immediately need, or you would need slightly later, in a separate storage system. Like to put it away from HBM. Don't store everything on HBM because it's not going to be possible to serve a billion users. So put it in SSD and get it back when you have to, right? So that's another approach. Recently, what I really liked, one approach, what was really cool, I thought, was AMD acquired this company called Mext, MEXT. Mext is pretty much a software company, and they're a cool little like concept that they have here. So their idea is, it doesn't matter whether it's, let's just say DRAM or HBM, it doesn't matter. It's all this, like, let's just call it DRAM. Their idea is most of the DRAM isn't being used. So what we're going to do is we will offload immediately whatever we don't think we need into like SSDs. And then we will predict, just like how LLM predicts the next token. Mext said, we will predict what information needs to be pulled out of the SSD and have it ready before the GPU knows it's even gone. So they will predictively pull data back and put it back into memory. And it was like it never left. But now you could store stuff offline. So they acquired this company. So I thought it's pretty cool that you could just squeeze more out of what's there right now. So these things will all add up, I think, to level off the memory demand eventually.
Yeah, I had never heard of Mext before.
There's so many of these really important semiconductor companies that no one outside of a very small group of people has ever heard of.
There's so much happening too. Like there's so many little companies and big companies innovating in so many levels. It's like really hard to keep track of.
Like, what are some other examples of companies like this that more people should know about?
Oh, that's a broad question. I'm sure that there are like so many of them. Like even in the world of like, just take inference, for example, right? Like how many inference accelerator topologies can you hear of? Like you hear of MATX, you hear of Sampanova, you hear of like, Etched. All of these companies are doing entirely different approaches to inference. And at some point you have to ask yourself, like, training seems to have one answer. Like you throw a bunch of GPUs at it and you train. That's it, right? Nobody really talks about anything else. I guess you could argue that TPUs do it differently. But yeah, apart from these two major things, inference has like, so many recipes and so many ways of doing things that nobody really knows what's going on. Like which topology is going to become the dominant way of doing inference. Is it just ultimately GPUs, or is it going to be some fancy 3D DRAM thing? Or is it just going to be like somehow we figure out SRAM is the best way to do it and we offload everything to some other memory tier like DRAM or SSD like Mext did, but we just run with SRAM the whole time. All of these could be viable solutions, but nobody knows. So the entire startup inference ecosystem is like enormous. Everybody has a different way of doing things. So it's really interesting. The Wild West. We are in the Wild West of inference. We'll only know later that we're going to talk back on it and be like, oh, that was a crazy time. Everybody did whatever they wanted to.
Yeah. When do you think we'll like get more clarity as some of these companies start to actually ship things on what will be like the dominant way of doing inference?
Yeah, that's a big question. I wish everybody was. If we knew that, we'd probably not try making any new stuff anyway. But I think we should know. Like in 2-3 years at least, I think as we become more mature into this inference era of AI, I think at least in 3 years, some dominant thing should emerge, right? Something should happen. So I can't really see anything past 2030.
Something should happen.
Something should happen. Yeah, something should happen by 2030, I guess. But beyond that, I have no idea of telling. Like, yes, hedging all over the place. Absolutely. I totally nailed that one. I can't go wrong. Yeah, but I can't tell anything beyond 2030 ever. Like things are moving too quickly. Like if you asked me what would happen in 2020, I wouldn't know what would happen in 2025. So like any imagination I have pretty much ends in 2030.
Yeah. Go on.
You do one more.
Well, yeah. So another thing that you've been writing about recently is lasers. And so I assume this is like more for data centers and for how data centers, like how chips talk to each other within data centers. But what are your sort of general broad thoughts on why optics and lasers are important?
That's the big thing that's coming up. We're running into the limits of copper as we see it. As speeds get faster and faster, copper can't make it. Even within a rack, it's becoming difficult. And so optics is really the only way to go forward with this. There are many kinds of optics. There's like indium phosphide lasers, there are like VCSELs and micro LEDs. So many ways to use light to increase interconnect speeds in a data center. That's another Wild West area we're in right now. So you could put this optical engine outside the rack, inside the rack. Inside the rack would be called co-packaged optics or near packaged optics. Outside are pluggables, which have been around forever. So, as interconnects go from copper to optics, because we have to, because the speeds are just not there, this is another like evolving area. And how to do various things at data center scale is rather unknown, because optics has never been an industry at this scale. And which is why I think we are in the same place where we will run into all these laser shortages in the future.
Yeah. Well, so much to talk about in semiconductors. Thank you so much, Vic, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much, Vic.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Reza Shafi, who is the Senior Vice President of Product at Kong, which began in API management and now operates gateways for AI traffic. He joins us to discuss the OpenAI Hugging Face security incident, token budgets, the real state of enterprise agents, and why Kong believes the gateway should become the control point for corporate AI. So, Reza, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Super excited to have you. Maybe a good place to start is with everything that happened with the OpenAI and the Hugging Face incident last week. So we have OpenAI saying that the agent escaped an isolated environment used for a cyber evaluation and moved into Hugging Face infrastructure. I'm curious to get your actual perspective here. What does that incident tell enterprise customers about trusting a model lab?
Yeah. Well, I think it's very interesting because you have a model lab themselves having their models go out of control, right? And I think what it just tells us more than anything is that what the models are incredibly good at is actually following instructions. They follow the intent. They will deliver on the intent come whatever. They'll figure it out. But now this is where the controls that you put, the harness you put around it, the so-called guardrails you put around it will really, really matter, right? And I think we should look, when you look into the details of the OpenAI statement, actually, there was probably no guardrail whatsoever. They told it, here's the thing to do, and then it did it. So this light guardrail might be a little bit, of an understatement there. So the guardrails are critical. And so what I think this tells you is controlling, harnessing AI usage in a way that allows safe usage is becoming even more important. And so that's what I take out of that.
Completely. And that's a big point that you bring up, that there wasn't actually guardrails here to prevent this incident from happening. I'm curious, can you just explain more of which part of the failure can an AI gateway actually have prevented?
Yeah, and so again, if you provide an intent to a model, now especially with reasoning and the level of model progress we've seen, they will silently go around and try to figure it out, right? And as they're reasoning and trying to figure it out, if every prompt, if every action as well as prompt has to go through an actual gateway layer, then you have a control point. Now let's think about this. First is the reasoning itself, which happens through multiple different prompts going back and forth between the agent and the model, right? So can you put guardrails like never deal with employee salary notifications? Okay, let's just say one of the guardrails. And that every prompt is injected and actually enhanced with that kind of safety. That's one. Separately, in order to get things done, they need to actually interact with systems. And the way they interact with systems is through APIs, as we know, right? And so now, let's say that you have an agent for managing flight schedules, right? You could say something like, you're an airline, and we have a lot of airlines as customers. Whenever you're accessing any of our APIs, make sure you don't modify the airplane type, okay? Make sure you don't modify the gate. Make sure you don't modify the actual schedule. You're putting guardrails around that these are the things that at the actual interaction layer, at the API layer, they're going to be guarded against, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. You actually have to have these guardrails around the product itself. And I'm curious to actually get your perspective, because you led product at Kong for, is it 7 years now?
7 years, yeah.
7 years, amazing. That's a long time. And you've probably seen from the very beginning, before AI was just actually being used at the company, or even from a software engineering level, from the developer standpoint. I'd love to get your perspective on how AI actually changed the way you run your own team.
Oh, our own team, yes. I mean, look, I think what's changing is that the role of the traditional people involved in building products is changing significantly. I think it's Mark Anderson that described it as the spaghetti sort of Western right now between design, product management, and engineering, right? Where everybody's wondering who's doing what and what is everyone's role, and they're all kind of looking at each other, trying to understand it. And I think that has been the biggest change, is when you talk about design, does that mean prototyping now, or is it just, we're getting out of just creating Figmas? Beyond that, does a prototype actually mean building part of the product and actually handing off some of the product, right? As an engineer, what is your role when Claude is actually building much of your code? And as a product manager, what is it that you can do? Now, I will say I'm quite biased on this, but I think one thing that it just shows you is that product definition and knowing what you want to build, okay, is probably the most important thing. Having an understanding of the space and being very opinionated about what kind of thing you want to build and being able to express clearly in like bite-sized chunks what it is that you want to build. Doesn't matter if you're a designer or an engineer or a product manager, forget those titles. The number one thing that matters is this, because once you know that and you can chunk it up, AI coding can do it for you, and it's going to even become more powerful going over in the future.
Actually knowing what to build. And from your perspective, as someone who does work in product and has been working in product at Kong for 7 years, how do you identify what are the most important things to actually be building, especially in today's day where security and not having the right guardrails in place and having agents that can essentially maybe go rogue or do unintended behaviors on our infrastructure is happening more and more? How do you actually identify what things you guys need to start building today?
I'll say, just to go back on that, actually knowing what to build, but knowing how to express it in bite-sized ways and in very, very detailed ways. I've now run multiple situations where I thought we can give Claude Code to anybody now, and they'll be able to build what they want. But it's actually not the case. I've done this now a number of times with my friends, my neighbors, where I go, okay, here's Claude Code. You can now build the thing you wanted to build. And they go, well, okay, let's build this. I'm like, okay, but try to describe to Claude what you want to build. And between that, I need to build a system that does, or a software that does that, to describing it and interacting with Claude, which is really representing, 100 people engineering team, 200 people engineering team that can go all at once. That is the layer where I think all the change will happen. And the people who are good at doing that will be succeeding quite a bit.
That is the layer you think change is actually happening. Can you expand more on that? Why that layer?
Because the hardest part is actually, look, everybody kind of can, at the highest level, know what they want. But how do you describe that to the developer team, which really is not Claude? In the back or in the front, whether you start with Claude or whether you work through engineering who ends up working with Claude or Cursor or OPEX, not being able to articulate yourself and be able to say, no, actually the problem space is this, but we're going to tackle this part first, not this other part. And then we're going to layer these other parts on top of it over time. That is critical thinking about components, prioritization, security, that we humans have to do still today. We'll see how long that lasts before that's taken away from us from AI as well. But that is what humans provide the difference for today.
That's what humans provide the difference for. And for actual work happening inside large companies today, what are you seeing is the real state of that agentic work? Are we already seeing autonomous processes run for hours and different things like that as well?
I don't see that. I don't see that right now in the enterprise, at least. What I see is in the enterprise is the number one problem, the challenge that they're having is managing AI development cost. Essentially, most developers, if not all, are using AI development tools. And the cost of that is skyrocketing, and people don't know whether that's beneficial or not. And so managing that cost, understanding that cost, and then providing wallets to different developers and being able to control that wallet and tying it to value is the number one concern I see. The creation, it's funny because I actually think the creation of agents is overused. People, the number one agent is the AI coding agent, as far as I can tell right now. And it's used to build traditional apps still.
The cost is skyrocketing, and that's the main concern that you see. And as a product person, you have to build specifically for what are the problems that people are actually facing. Last question for you. How are you guys actually managing token budgets at Kong? Is there specific things that you guys are building at Kong to help with this problem?
Yeah, we've done a number of things. So first of all, we like to drink our own champagne, as I like to say. So we run everything, all of our usage through our own platform. So there's a portal for accessing your LLMs, and all of the keys we generate are virtual keys. So all of them are tracked. They can be rate limited and so on. Separately, we have something we call an AI transparency portal, where you can see exactly which team and which individual is using how many tokens, so that everyone can see how much tokens is being used across Kong, by whom and how. And that's exposed, to everyone. So those are two things we've been doing that's been very helpful.
Amazing. Well, Reza, I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS, sharing more about Kong. And I've had the pleasure of getting to meet a bunch of people on your team. And I really enjoy getting to have you on, especially during timely incidents on how other people are managing what happens when agents go rogue or do things that they're not supposed to do. And so it's really great to get your perspective there. So Reza, thank you for joining us.
Great chatting with you, Sophia. Thank you.
And we'll be back with MTS. And we're back with MTS. Today, I am joined by Anand Iyer, who is the founder of Canonical, a venture partner at Lightspeed. As an investor in the AI space, his recent work explores how new technologies are changing the way we learn and the formation of expertise. So, Anand, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. This is so exciting.
This is super exciting. I'm excited to be here. And right before we jumped on this call, you were actually sharing a little bit about why education, why this space. And I'm curious to just understand a bit more about your actual background and why this is something that you're passionate about exploring.
Yeah. I'm a parent to a 13-year-old. Like, this is top of mind. We think about the use of AI and the impact that it has on education, on our future generations. And this is like a constant topic of conversation, even within our school. The analogy, just to kind of break this down, that I was thinking about more recently is, I live in the suburbs. I drive a lot, but it's shocking how much I use full self-driving now, and how little I actually use any part of my brain when I'm actually driving. I do very little work there. Wow. So the other day I decided to just turn this off, not use the navigation system, and try to think about what it's like to go from point A to point B. And it's unfathomable now, because I'm just so trained to using honestly, neural networks in my car, right? So in some ways you can apply that analog to how we work every single day, right? Like I think we've started so quickly because these tools have progressed so much that we could be using AI tools every single day. We're not even realizing we're using it. And that is also trickling down to kids and students and how they do homework, among other things. And the data is kind of reflective of that. So that was kind of staggering. And it was one of those things that I saw, the headline I saw a couple of months ago that kind of caught my attention where I'm like, I think this is where these tools are moving way too fast and we haven't really paused to think about the impact that it's going to have.
Yeah, these tools are moving way too fast. No, you bring up an important point. Even today, as I was trying to figure out how to actually get to the office, I still use my Google Maps for everything. And I come every single day. So you'd think I would have this all memorized by now, but I'm just so used to putting off all of that intelligence onto my device. You also coined this term specifically called AI variance amplifier, and how the future of education will kind of have this K-shape. It'll have more variance. It'll really amplify the variance there. Can you just unpack what that actually means?
Yeah. What's happening, I mean, the studies are indicative of this. What's happening is that we're currently like simultaneously raising the ceiling for what we can produce, but it's lowering the floor on what we can actually do. It's kind of fascinating, right? Because we can produce a lot, but can we actually do the things that we produced without the tools being there? Like, and the answer is no. So this is, I think a study came out last year. It was a Wharton study. There were like approximately 1,000 students who were all learning math, and a cohort of them were given access to GPT-4, and all the practice work that needed to do was going to be with GPT-4. And while they were using GPT-4 and doing the practice work, they did 48% better on all their practice work relative to the control group or the other cohort. And then the researchers took away GPT-4 and had both cohorts do more work, more practice tests. And turns out that the cohort that had access to GPT-4 did 17% worse than the control group. So basically it's the same thing, right? Like using Google Maps, you're like, okay, I'm kind of on autopilot and I can use these tools and I feel really good and strong. But if I don't have it, I'm not really putting my brain to work and I don't know what I'm doing anymore. So net, if you go back to the study, the students who didn't have tools actually ended up doing better than the ones who did have the tools in math, which is like so fundamental to everything we do, including things like linear algebra, which is so core and fundamental to transformer-based LLMs, right? So this is the stuff that keeps me up at night.
Yeah, definitely. But also, since you are an investor in this space, you're someone who's always seeing what's coming out, what's on the cutting edge, how other people are solving these problems. And when I hear of a really big problem or a really big change in culture, I also say, oh, this is an opportunity to build something to mitigate this, or build something to steer us in a different direction where this can actually be really beneficial. What are you actually seeing on the ground? Are you seeing innovation in this space?
Yeah, I feel like any technology curve, right? We're kind of pushing the limits right now, and I think this is the hazy period because, just as we discussed earlier, right, the tools are moving too quickly without us fully understanding how these kind of plug in today, and I think that's kind of normal of how technology kind of grows, right? I think Sam Altman the other day was in Patrick O'Shaughnessy, and he mentioned, I think he was talking about this thing called cognitive atrophy, right? And he was saying that his kids are probably not going to be smarter than the computers that we have in the future. So, and this is a reality that we need to come to terms with. But to break it down, I guess more brass tacks, the hope is that we're going to focus more fundamentally on things that humans are really, really good at, right? Like being able to judge well, being able to exercise our taste, right? And like put those to work. And I saw another letter the other day, which is, the CEOs of the future, it's not just about the tools that you use, but how to use them for the domains that you have like serious expertise in, right? And that includes and applies to me as an investor too, because, I think the work that we do can easily be disrupted by some of these tools as well. So, for example, the thing that I've been focusing a lot more at our firm is, really formative early stage investments, but we spend a considerable amount of time, including one-on-one in-person time, going for walks, getting coffees, getting meals with our founders before we make an investment. It's not rapid fire. And I think these judgment-related factors are going to matter more. And honestly, I think it's also going to carve out a niche for us to operate in for the future. So, and I think this facet will evolve more and more in various other industries. So it's and the second thing, to your question more concretely about what we're seeing, we are seeing certain things emerge. I mean, Alpha School, for example, is one of those schools that have been around for quite some time, but they're testing the boundaries of how, we don't really just give students answers, but let's help them think. Let's tutor them and let's become efficient tutors and challenge the norm of like, hey, a teacher who's standing up at the front of the classroom and just like dictating things to you, but really using a Socratic process of teaching students, among other things. So these are some things that I think are going to change and matter, but it is a hazy period at this point in time.
Something interesting about Alpha School is I never really heard about it until recently because so many people are concerned about education. I'm also seeing this flip of, hey, we should really be thinking about how we do education. And maybe let's think about it from first principles. Why do we have different subjects? Why do we have a textbook and explain it in a certain way? Why is it one size fits all when every student learns differently? And we're seeing education actually be changed and more people are thinking about different paths and opportunities to improve learning in unique ways that's unique to the individual. Are you seeing that trend too, where people are approaching things that have stayed stagnant for a really long time and maybe they're getting a little bit worse, but that worse is causing people to care and say, hey, we need to now make this 10 times better?
Right. It's fascinating, Sphere, because I think sometimes, we're having these conversations and we're kind of in the thick of everything that's happening with AI. It's shocking. I was traveling over the summer, parts of Europe, and let me give you two case studies, right? So right before I got to Europe, I went to Singapore and spent some time there. And even if you take the transit system in Singapore, you'd be surprised like how many people in the metro are just like on their phones, right? Like that's a very habitual thing. You go to Europe and it's drastically different. There are people in Paris in the metro who are just reading books, right? So the short way to parse this is that yes, it's starting to become. We're starting to have the conversation and think forward, but it depends on where you are because I think we're still in a bubble where we live and what we talk about every single day, and we are starting to think about the impact of this because at the end of the day, if I'm a teacher who's in a school who's grading a bunch of students, and if all the answers, responses look incredible because they're all AI generated or they all have been assisted with AI, like it doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? So, a long way of saying that the likes of Alpha School have been around for a long time. I think the thesis as to what they can deliver on hasn't really been battle tested till now, which is kind of awesome. And I think more of that will permeate into other forms of education as well. Because what does it mean to get a college degree? What does it mean to get a high school diploma anymore? Because if you're being trained to just regurgitate or just outputting what AI systems give you, right? So the question is being asked. I don't think we have the answers yet. And I think some of these institutions, as you know, with just how education is done in various parts of the world, just lags a little bit. So there are folks who are pushing it forward. I love what Balaji has been trying to think about with Network State and Network School. And we need more. We need to kind of fundamentally rethink some of these systems and uproot it sometimes. And I think Alpha School is a great example of that.
Yep. Last question for you. You are a parent, and so you see these things happening firsthand, and they're personal. You see it with your kid, and these are things that you care about a lot. And I'm curious to get your perspective on what is this world you want to shape. If you can ask specific companies or frontier labs or regulation to do something specific, what is that ask? What are you trying to build?
Yeah, it's what the stats are showing us right now are that CS enrollment is dropping for entry level jobs, no matter what the industry is, whether it's legal, it's finance, it's software development. Organizations are opting for more senior people. They don't want the junior entry level people. Like I need to hire someone more senior. So what's happening is this window between when you graduated and before you kind of moved up the ladder, where it was kind of like an apprenticeship. You got the opportunity to really learn. You got mentored, and those kind of, I think those things have been sort of removed from the equation. So I would say we need to think about how that re-enters the conversation, because getting into the workforce and becoming someone who's mid-level or senior, you need to be sort of guided to getting there, right? So whether it's expanding on what education has to offer, rethinking that, or you're a large org, any one of these labs or what have you, rethinking what apprenticeship means, I think that's going to really matter. And that's how you get, I think maybe it's not too bad for some of these private institutions to lean in and think about how they offer apprenticeships or educational opportunities so that you can get kickstarted into an organization. That I think would be amazing. Just because you don't feel like you're being dropped into the deep end of the pool.
Totally rethink what apprenticeship means. I want to bring those back, have that be a norm. I myself took a bit of a gap year right after graduating, did apprenticeships at a bunch of different companies, and that really was the thing that skyrocketed and kicked off my whole career. And I completely agree with you, having that opportunity to actually get to do those apprenticeships, having opportunities for young people that are maybe different from the traditional ways we've done it in the past. But Anand, this is such a good conversation. I know you do so much outside of just education and think about technology in the household and its impacts in our society. And so I'm sure we'll have more conversations soon, but really appreciate you joining us today on MTS.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See ya.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today, I am chatting with Tal Hoffman, who is the co-founder and CEO of Enclave. Enclave uses AI to determine which software findings are actually exploitable and what teams should fix first. This is pretty timely conversation because recently the Trump administration has pushed for more and more government access to some frontier models before the release, particularly when they may have some serious cyber capabilities. So excited for Tal to be here today to join us to discuss how model control should work in an arms race where the same capability can attack the system or help secure it. So Tal, welcome.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
Thank you for joining. Maybe a great place to start today is talking about what is the strongest security case for reviewing a frontier model before release?
Yeah, it's a loaded question, but I think eventually, and you can see all the buzz around it right now, it's all around finding vulnerabilities and being able to exploit them. Exploitation kind of gets it to the new level. And I think for the kind of doom and gloom type of scenario is about AI agents doing autonomous exploitation. We've kind of seen it last week with the Hugging Face and OpenAI case. So I think, yeah, the fears is mostly focused on those areas. We can kind of discuss if this is the way to go, the way the big labs are pushing for, but definitely the fear is mostly around like AI agents autonomously hacking into whatever network, doing whatever they can.
Yep.
That's the fear.
And what's your perspective there? Where do you think the fear is justified, and where do you think maybe the fear is misplaced?
Yes. So I think cybersecurity was always about like a cat and mouse type of game. Like attackers just need one exploit to be successful, one attempt to be successful, whereas defenders needed to cover the entire ground. So for defenders, it's like an asymmetric game. It's always has been. I think LLMs and AIs definitely just increase the volume the volume at which you can do cybersecurity research. But I don't think, I'm quite optimistic. I think that the same tools eventually that attackers get, defenders get as well. So I think nothing fundamentally changed in terms of the dynamic. The underlying dynamic is just about like velocity and speed. And this is where I think not limiting open weight models this is why I think it's so important, because otherwise attackers will just use whatever they can. They don't care about regulation. And defenders need to have the same tools to be able to do it, because they, while they have certain advantages, they also are slower to patch and remediate because of numerous reasons.
Yeah. So right now, especially in America, they're calling for 30-day restrictions on American models. But does that actually help slow down attackers?
Definitely not. Again, I think attackers would just get and use whatever they have. I don't think China will wait on whatever the US is deciding to do with in terms of regulation. And I think the way to go is essentially, yes, you do need to kind of be able to review whatever models the US and Western labs are making. But just restricting them out of the gate is wrong, and China won't wait, and the US enemies won't wait on the US to catch up. And I think there's sort of a perception that kind of is breaking right now that the US has a major lead in terms of the models, and we've been seeing how much the lead has shrunk the last few weeks. So definitely restriction is not the answer. I think that if anything, the US should be supporting more open weight models of obviously the big labs, but they should be pushing towards open weight models. Proactively.
Why do you think people are calling for restriction as an answer? Why is that so popular all of a sudden?
I think it's a combination of legitimate fear. I think it's kind of, let's say that, like, I'll phrase it this way: my father never knew anything about cybersecurity, and all of a sudden he's sending me links to the Hugging Face and OpenAI kind of incident. So, it is definitely scary for folks. But that being said, I do think that it's been exaggerated, and I think Zach Corman kind of phrased it correctly. Cybersecurity is being used somewhat of as a pawn in this game to kind of try to get advantage. And I think the big frontier labs are doing great work, but they have their own interests, and I do not blame them. But I think it's definitely some of the reasons that it's being pushed for. I do think that OpenAI and Anthropic, I do think that because they see it from the inside, their kind of fears are legitimate to some extent, but I think they are a bit exaggerated, and I don't think it serves the interest of the industry and even the individuals.
Mm-hmm. The Hugging Face incident is an important example of this, because on the defender side, they were able to defend because they had access to Chinese open weight models, and they even had the resources to be able to run that. But that's not true for maybe everyone who might get attacked and just being able to access those. And so what would you say is the most important thing to be able to actually defend yourself against these attacks?
In what sense?
Just in the mass public. So for other companies, other people, is it important that they all have access to some of these top frontier models, that they can actually defend themselves, that they have the compute available to be able to run them themselves?
Oh, definitely. I think I'm biased because one of the reasons that we exist as a company is to help with that, is to help enterprises deploy those capabilities and kind of bridge those asymmetries that are there. So definitely, I think that's super important. And the GLM example, Hugging Face have used the open weights model to protect and investigate, not protect, but investigate what happened because of the restrictions that were put on the OpenAI model. So if it wasn't the case and it was banned, then they could have not even kind of catch that incident or investigate as efficiently. So it's definitely super important. I think that the only thing that happens when you ban those models and you restrict them too much and you treat them as if they were like weapons is that you further create an asymmetry. I don't think the way to control it is by pushing for more regulation. I think all of the model providers could do a better job at monitoring, streaming their reasoning traces, etc. There are better ways to protect and regulate, because again, bad actors, bad state actors, attackers, they don't care about regulation.
Exactly. That's so true. The bad actors aren't going to be the ones that actually follow the rules and follow the regulations. These attackers are going to use whatever they can. Maybe they'll have stolen accounts, or they'll work with foreign providers. Exactly. And the legitimate defenders are going to be the ones who get stuck having to actually stay compliant with all the different rules. What would you say is an actual positive framework that doesn't create all this asymmetry?
Yeah, I think definitely the US government is supposed, or I would expect it to maybe get involved at the deployment or before the deployment of those models, to make sure that the labs and the inference providers have all their controls over any type of bad usage. Maybe some actors can be vetted ahead of the game, but ahead of them using it. But I think it's mostly about better transparency, having the US as part of the process ahead of production, so it further understands and kind of is able to estimate what's risky and what ain't. But I think it's mostly about monitoring, and the big labs could probably build, and any inference provider can probably build better tools to in real time kind of detect any malicious usage of their models. I mean, the perfect example would be Hugging Face trying to investigate through the incident and getting blocked. That's just a double-edged sword.
Yep, definitely. And as someone building a product that's specifically this AI security engineer, what do you think the mass public right now maybe misunderstands about security or gets wrong about it?
Yeah, I think it all comes down to, again, security as in terms of the dynamics, nothing had fundamentally changed. So we kind of need to, lower the panic around everything. For enterprises, definitely they need to step up. They need to fight AI with AI. But for the general public, I don't think just stick to the basics, right? In regards to phishing, don't click on links that you don't need to. Just stick to the basics, and you'll mostly be fine. I don't think that anything had fundamentally changed in that regard. And I think that the general public should actually endorse open weight models and not be fearful of China. In that regard, it needs to endorse the message that Jensen had recently kind of published last week in NVIDIA.
Yeah.
But definitely nothing fundamentally became so bad that you need to be worried. You just need to make sure that defenders get the same tools that attackers have.
Totally.
It has always been that way, always.
Yeah. But what we're seeing right now, and Hugging Face is a perfect example, that to defend, you need a ton of resources, and it's not that accessible for maybe small players to be able to defend in the same capacity that an attacker can actually attack them. And so what would need to be true for smaller players to actually have that capacity and have that security within their systems?
So are we talking about individuals or companies? Because if we are talking about companies, definitely you need to, if I were a CISO, I would just look at different vendors. Hopefully they would choose Enclave, but whoever, actually, they need to, I think, proactively try to get ahead of the game. I think nobody, or not nobody, but not everyone got access to Glasswing, for instance, to Project Glasswing. Not everyone got access to it, and the asymmetry just got larger. So for organizations that need to proactively act, they need to proactively, again, better stick to their fundamentals, but also do a kind of look for vulnerabilities in their own infrastructure, the ones that have been sitting there for years, the ones that were never found. Probably pour some more compute on the problem, to be honest, for as long as they can, and work to patch it, because patching and remediation is eventually, this is the bottleneck for enterprises. So I think for enterprises, just need to be more proactive.
Yep. Definitely. So if I'm understanding your point of view correctly, pretty much in cyber, if we continue to restrict the best domestic models, that's just going to make defenders weaker, but it's not really actually slowing down attackers. Do I have that correct?
You have that correct, yeah. That just, that's natural. That's the natural dynamic of attackers not caring about rules. I think for the US to stay ahead of the game, to stay the number one in regards to AI, they need to not be afraid of it. Push for more competition, push for more open weights and more open source software. The world is the software world is relying on open source software. We all know Linux, we all know Git, and wherever if we did not have Linux, the world would have been look different for software. So just don't be afraid of it. I don't think it's that's like fearful, unless, again, I would be more worried if I were to see a reality where the US is banning usage of those models. For instance, we are using the inference providers to get access to those open weight models. And if the US decides to suddenly ban us from using it, then all it does is puts our customer base at risk, at further risk. It exposes them more than they were exposed otherwise.
Yep, definitely. I like what you say here around the US. For us to actually stay ahead, we need to be building out in the open. And that was very true for the internet and other innovations in technology. And hopefully that continues to be true as we build out the future of artificial intelligence. And so just to unpack that for other people who maybe be disagreeing or maybe be concerned and want to pause things or slow down or have it all be regulated and have a slow rollout when these can actually get into the public, why would you say that innovations in open source and even software such as Linux and all of that is incredibly important for building a healthy future and diverse ecosystem?
I mean, you can see all the community around Linux. You can see how proactive it is, how much it cares about, by the way, patching vulnerabilities. I think eventually building in the open creates safer, to some extent, safer systems and safer software. And it kind of puts the pressure on the competition, on everyone to get to par with everyone else. And when you build, I don't want to be living in a world where intelligence or AI, if I were, restricted and needing to comply with US regulation, and I don't want to be living in a world where I choose between two vendors, right? I think that would be more worrying to me than having more options. I know, the US is all about democracy and options and capitalism. And I think if you care about safety, you should care about the US pushing for open weight and open source.
If you care about safety, you should push for the US caring about open weight and open source. Last question for you. Why does building out in the open create safer systems?
I mean, you get more eyes on the code. You get more eyes reviewing the code, testing it. It's just that it's kind of basic in that sense. Yeah, you do get potential bad actors looking at it, but at the same time, in a community that cares about open source, and I think the AI community cares very much about open source, transparency kind of makes it better and easier to build safer models. For instance, we don't know in terms of closed models, we don't really know what safeguards or guardrails have been put in place. You can see how that kind of backfired with the OpenAI Hugging Face incident. I don't know what sandbox it escaped, but I'm having a hard time believing it escaped a classic virtual machine type sandbox. I think, and they intentionally kind of pulled the restrictions off the model, but they did indeed deploy it in a sandbox environment. And I don't know what guardrails were put in place. And eventually it got Hugging Face to get hacked, right? So more transparency in those areas might have prevented it, and future cases.
Definitely. More transparency is how we have safer systems. And I like what you mentioned here. I come from the blockchain world, and everything that we build is built with a giant community of a bunch of different people. And you really can't build anything incorrectly because you have thousands and thousands, some case, maybe millions of eyeballs who will be the first to catch if there is a vulnerability or if there's something that isn't secure. And so the more people you have, you actually end up building a lot safer systems. And so I definitely agree with you in this philosophy of trying to build technology in ways that are safe. And I like that you guys promote that as well.
Exactly. And I think one last word is we see enterprises on our end, we see enterprise pull towards open weights. They want to know what's being run. They want to have access. They want transparency. So for the enterprise world to adopt or implement those technologies, I think it's also important.
Enterprises are moving. Yeah. Enterprises have more and more demand for open weights. That's cool to see and understand from on the ground. Well, Tal, I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing all your perspective and knowledge about AI security and all of this stuff. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS.
And we're back. There are, believe it or not, other situations today to monitor.
Micro situations. Actually, no, they're pretty sizable. All right, so
what should we start with? Inkling Small?
Probably Inkling Small.
So Thinking Machines just released Inkling Small, finally. They teased it when they announced Inkling.
Inkling Small is kind of a redundancy. But yeah, let's look at it.
I love the sort of interactive display thing that they have, where you are moving your cursor around the screen, and it does this. The big Inkling blog post had the same thing, except this one is full of ink.
Look
and this
like
one is
ink.
just small.
That was the idea. All right.
So let's take a look at the specs. It's a mixture of experts transformer with 276 billion total parameters, 12 billion active, trained on NVIDIA GB300 NVL72 systems. So this is NVIDIA's like Blackwell data center system. Like Inkling, it features native reasoning over audio and images, variable thinking effort, a context window of up to 1 million tokens, and well-rounded performance across a range of benchmarks. So it's a quarter of the parameters roughly as the large Inkling model. Compared to Inkling, Inkling Small achieves comparable performance with much less compute. Across agentic tool use, reasoning, and instruction following, Inkling Small is more efficient than Inkling and competitive with other models in its weight class. Yeah, so if you compare cost per sample to Inkling and Inkling Small, obviously Inkling, that's interesting. Inkling Small is able to exceed regular Inkling on most of these benchmarks.
Interesting.
That is interesting. Let's see. Although, wow, some of these are really cheap. On Terminal Bench, Mimo performs better than Inkling Small High for a fraction of the cost. On IF Bench, it seems to be pretty Pareto optimal. Then if we compare test flops per sample, yeah, these are pretty good on the Pareto curves, especially on IF Bench. So Inkling Small is going to be fully open sourced. It's also available for fine-tuning on Tinker and for text, image, and audio chat on Tinker Playground.
This is fun.
Yep.
I like this interface.
I also like this interface. So let's see these capabilities. Comparing Inkling Small to Inkling. It performs worse on Simple QA. It performs worse on AA Omniscience. Omniscience? Omniscience? I'm not sure how it's supposed to be pronounced.
Omniscience? Definitely Omniscience.
I don't know, maybe it's a pun. But it performs quite similarly on the other benchmarks. So MCP Atlas, which is agentic capability, Terminal Bench, which is agentic coding, and SWE-Bench Pro, which is also agentic coding, AMI 2026 reasoning, Humanity's Last Exam, which is reasoning, and then IF Bench, chat, and MMMU Pro Vision and audio.
Yeah, I guess it surpasses the other models on IF Bench.
Somehow it matches or exceeds Inkling on reasoning and agentic tasks. So I guess it's kind of more benchmaxed.
So yeah, it's on MCP Atlas and IF Bench. It is like the same, if not better, than the rest of these models.
Yeah. So it is probably they released this as their workhorse model, and they released the full version of Inkling as like their big model smell model.
Right. Yeah, jack of all trades model.
Multimodality. They don't highlight the model that gets the best scores on these. Funny enough. But, you know,
this is a common tactic in whenever they release the models.
Yeah. But it performs quite well compared to other open and closed weight models on audio and vision benchmarks. So that's good. And then on epistemics, Inkling Small was trained similarly to Inkling on epistemics, focusing on calibration, instruction following, and resistance to censorship. It matches Inkling's performance on forecasting. That's actually really quite impressive for a model a quarter of the size.
Yeah, I mean, they emphasize forecasting in the other model, right?
Yep.
So Maybe this is their edge. Safety.
The same safety post-training recipe as Inkling with built-in safeguards covering our internal spec of safety.
Okay.
It performs very well on not refusing benign requests.
Yep.
That's good.
Very well. Maybe the best. No, I don't know. DeepSeek is good at this. And then it's all right at Fortress adversarial tasks, aka refusing harmful requests.
Benchmarking Inkling small. Yeah, seems pretty competitive. SweetBench verified, for example, it gets 80%, which is oh yeah. Look at SweetBench verified. Cropped off on the right side is GPT-5.6 Luna, which is 93% compared to 80%.
Yep.
So yeah, it's not on the level of the models of like the top frontier labs, but I also don't think that's the point.
But yeah, among open weights, it kind of clears on SweetBench, right? I guess Kimmy's not on here.
Yeah, where's Kimmy K3? Probably Kimmy K3 is better.
Wait, this would have been a great time to do the Among Us.
Well, Inkling was released like 1 or 2 days before Kimmy K3, very strategically.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. Inkling Small is an impressive looking model for its size, for its weight class.
It's a generalist model.
Really, I'm more excited about Thinking Machines products than their models. Like, show me the Guardian Angels. I really want the Guardian Angels.
This is true.
Yeah.
Although I do feel like a lot of people are working on that same exact idea right now.
Not many.
I don't know.
Who's working on it?
Like anyone who's working on agents, personalized agents.
Yeah, but not many people have the resources to do it right.
This is true.
Otherwise, you just get like, these like little tiny open source models with like specialized prompts, which is just not what we're looking for. We also have Gemini Robotics, which brings whole body intelligence to robots. We'll watch this one on YouTube.
I'm a little nervous. Is that a microphone?
For the robot, dealing with challenges of the actual physical world is borderline impossible.
But for us humans, it comes so naturally and so intuitively that we almost don't even think of it as intelligence.
You probably have seen all these amazing videos of specialized humanoid robots running, jumping, backflipping. The key difference in Gemini Robotics 2 is we aim to build a generalist robotics model that's going to add a lot more value.
Recording in progress.
It was so loud. My apologies.
AI models offer a way to navigate the messy complexity of our human environment.
The way to think about it is the brain Gemini Robotics is what controls the whole body of humanoid, the delicate movements of the sharp hand and the grippers of the duo.
We focus on 3 main things for this.
Okay, so this model can control robots that have full hands with fingers or just grippers.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
One is whole body control. We are very used to move our body in a very coordinated manner, but it's not true for robots. Even though this feels a very simple task for us, but for robots, they need to make many decisions across the entire body to achieve this. The second thing is about dexterous hands and particular manipulations of objects, way beyond just pick and place.
As a field, we're humbled by things like screwing a light bulb, where you're interacting with smaller objects, and those are really hard problems that we are trying to solve.
When we first came up with the trash bag task in particular, several people did think it was impossible. You don't think about how to drive 22 separate joints when you operate your hand, but that's what we're asking these AI models to do. The third thing is in Gemini Robotics 2, we add a feature that enables multiple robots to collaborate to accomplish the same task simultaneously.
Hey Duo, get all tools in the bin, close the kit, and put the kit back into the bin. On it. Each of these 2 robots is running that same stack. And so rather than having one neural network that controls both robots, each have their own copy, and they're doing their own individual thinking, and they're actually orchestrating through reasoning. Also precision, Duo, keep going. React intelligence and generality, being able to react to the scene changing, that is where the intelligence comes in.
I'm super excited about robots.
think it's moving really fast, and AI is really the missing piece of the entire robotics puzzle. It is quite exciting to be in the spotlight.
Nice. So, what can we learn from the blog post? Well,
let's take a look.
So they released 3 models as a part of this Gemini Robotics launch. Interesting, they're calling it Gemini Robotics now, but they introduced Gemini Robotics 2, our most advanced vision language action, aka VLA model, which converts vision language into motor control. It predicts actions, basically. And this allows it to control full humanoids. Then they also released Gemini Robotics ER2, which is an embodied reasoning model, which is a VLM, vision language model, that is an agent that enables robots to communicate with humans, understand, and plan multi-step tasks. And also introducing the ability for robots to work together as a team. So this is very important. Like fleet management and robotics is like a very crucial part of like getting them to work, at least in industrial settings. And then they're also releasing Gemini Robotics on Device 2, which is a VLA optimized to run locally on robotic devices. Okay, we have local models now for robots. And then we can see how they perform on different tasks. Now,
they vary a lot.
Yeah.
So Apollo with Sharpa hands. I'm not sure what Sharpa hands are.
Maybe that's... Inspire versus Sharpa. One of them is probably the actual hand-looking hands, and the other one is the grippers.
Sharpa hand is...
Sharpa hands go hard.
And then Inspire hand. Okay, so there are 2 different types of hands.
Both of these are
They're both
dexterous.
like humanoid hands. Okay. Yeah, with 5 fingers and whatnot. So with the Sharpa hands, it can unscrew a bulb 92% of the time, but it can screw a bulb only 36% of the time. Obviously, these models are nowhere near reliable enough for like serious humanoid
I was gonna say
settings.
This is unfortunately like not super useful. At least like you can't ship a robot like this because you kind of need like 99% reliability. It's not something where you can just be like, yeah, it works 68% of the time. Here you go.
How many Geminis does it take to change a light bulb?
So true.
A lot of them, I guess.
A lot.
Gemini Robotics ER2 are reasoning models now available on Google AI Studio and in private preview on Gemini Enterprise Agent platform. That's so cool. So if you have a robot, you can just put this model in it.
Oh, I sure hope they don't ban open source humanoids.
Man.
Wait.
It's okay. You can still buy the old Unitrees.
Yeah, you can still. Yeah, that was actually like totally chill. It's fine. We can still buy old Unitree robots. So is this? Can this run on any humanoid? Gemini Robotics ER2.
Presumably, most of them, right? I think it's platform agnostic.
I don't know. It's not giving me a good answer, but maybe you can use any hardware on it. Okay, what else do we have? For the first time, our model can now control entire humanoid robots, translating intent into intelligent whole body control.
Oh, now they're talking about multi-robot collaboration again.
Yes.
Multi-robot collaboration mentioned.
Yeah, that's great.
Adapting fast on-device models for any robot.
Many robotic applications need to operate without network latency. Gemini Robotics on Device 2. Yeah, this is their local model. This model is natively multi-embodiment and inherits our advanced motion transfer techniques from Gemini Robotics 1.5, which I do not remember. This was from September 25th, 2025. Was the last Gemini Robotics.
The Gemini Robotics team is huge.
Oh my god. Wow.
That is amazing.
And then they end with building towards general purpose physical AI. Gemini Robotics 2 marks an important milestone on the path towards solving AGI in the physical world.
Mm-hmm.
Unlocking true potential of robotics requires moving past single task automation towards general purpose intelligence. So true.
So true. So, yeah, humanoid robotics is going to become immensely important. I kind of don't understand the humanoid bears because it's like, obviously there will always be markets for maybe, it's not permanent, but there will always be a market for robots that can easily slot into a human labor situation.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like what Travis Kalanick was kind of talking about, where like he basically predicts like some people will have the humanoid robots in their home as they start to like become available in the mass market. Not everyone at first, just like not everyone has a car. But it will definitely become like a very crucial consumer product eventually. And industrial product.
Yep. The last thing you see before becoming fully aware of your situation. That's funny.
Full screen this
let's take a look at some other situations. Banks are lending $15 billion in talks to lend $15 billion for an Anthropic data center backed by Google. Google's guarantees of power and lease obligations would help the developer secure financing for the 1.6 gigawatt Texas project. Remember, the biggest data centers today are 1 gigawatt. There's your number there. A data center developer working with Anthropic, Nexus Data Centers, is in advanced talks to borrow $15 billion to build a massive new campus and power plant in Texas, with Google providing financial guarantees and chips. Texas mentioned.
Does this mean Anthropic will open a Texas office? Perhaps.
I don't know. It's in Hubbard, Texas.
Hubbard, like L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
Hubbard,
near
Texas.
Waco.
Oh, near Waco. Okay. Well, that's yonder.
Yeah. To help Nexus raise the debt, Google has provided guarantees for billions of dollars of Anthropic's lease and power payment obligations in the event the startup defaults. So, like, Anthropic is a startup still? At what point do you stop being a startup? Like $1 trillion valuation? What is it?
I think when you go public.
$2 trillion valuation? I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it. Like, people don't call Stripe a startup that much.
Yeah. Maybe it's just an age thing.
Yeah. The guarantees cover 4 data center leases Anthropic has signed, along with the corresponding power purchase agreements, which will draw from a so-called behind-the-meter power plant that will support the campus. So we're seeing like data center operators building their own power on site a lot.
Yes, this is the way to do it.
Anthropic plans to fill the site with Google TPUs, not with NVIDIA chips.
In collab with Broadcom.
Part of a broader effort by Anthropic to become a direct tenant on projects rather than simply renting servers from cloud providers. So they want their own sovereign compute, basically.
Yep. Yeah, this is also a pattern that we're seeing. I wonder if, like, really small companies will start wanting their own sovereign compute as well. I don't know.
A key advantage of the location is its proximity to major gas pipelines. This is true. Texas has a lot of natural gas in the Gulf of Mexico, and they have their own grid. Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. Yeah. Nexus was founded by energy industry veterans who built large-scale natural gas projects and are now trying to bring their mega project experience to the booming data center sector. This is also another pattern that you see a lot, is like energy companies getting into data centers. And, you know, a data center is like a large scale project, kind of like a power plant or a natural gas pipeline. So that's pretty cool. Zoox wins first US
Zoox.
approval for paid robotaxis without human controls. Have you taken a Zoox yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'm still not off the wait list. I actually saw a Zoox intern recently, and I was like, dude, can you please get me off the wait list, please? And he was like, no. We're not expanding the wait list for another
If you're not
like,
a
2
brother,
months.
you don't get in the Zoox.
Yeah. It's an electric carriage-style vehicle with 2 rows of inward-facing seats. We really reinvented the horse carriage.
I know, it's awesome.
That's crazy. This is like what the OG horse carriage looked like. There's no steering wheel. There's reins, but there's no wheel.
Zoox, by the way, is owned by Amazon.
Yeah, notice how there's like, in this carriage, for example, there's like front-facing and rear-facing seats. This is literally just a Zoox.
Acoustic Zoox.
Yeah. Analog Zoox.
Analog Zoox.
OG Zoox. Yeah, this is what the interior of a Zoox looks like.
Yeah, so I do absolutely love the Zoox because they are taking an actual like creative leap. Like what I find is that these creative leaps aren't actually very good, but I still respect them heavily. Like this was actually my very unpopular take on the Tesla Cybertruck.
What's wrong with the design? It looks fine.
I think it's cute.
It looks like cyberpunk almost. The doors like slide open.
It's like cyber cute. Like this is kind of what Waymo is as well. It's not quite super futuristic. There's like something cute and almost like naive and junior about it. This is also how I feel about Zoox. But I think it's great. I think it's great that we're like thinking about what new vehicles can look like. And yes, this was also my unpopular take on the Tesla Cybertruck because everyone really hated that one. I'm actually a Cybertruck defender.
I'm also a Cybertruck defender.
I think that they're possibly dangerous in urban settings, but if you are like somebody who just like goes camping all the time, like it's an awesome car.
Why are they dangerous? Just like don't crash. They have sensors and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they actually are like claimed to be like one of the safest cars you can drive because of all of the like safety features they added into them.
Yeah, I drove one once. I test drove one. It was so much fun. I felt like the king of the road.
Yeah.
More so than any other car I've driven.
But yeah, I actually think this was like one of the biggest creative leaps that was taken in definitely in vehicles. And I want to see more of that. So
I agree. Andy Peng, who left Anthropic for Humans and is now leaving Humans and. What? Didn't the startup just start like 5 months ago?
Yeah.
What in the world? Humans and, was founded in September, so less than a year ago, and raised a 480 million seed round in January, so 6 months ago. Wow, I hadn't seen this yet. I'm very sad to share that I'm leaving the company and today will be my last day.
Posting the Slack message is the new meta.
They love doing that.
Yeah.
I remember Karpathy like removed Anthropic from his bio just to clean it up. And he also removed all of his other past companies, and people were speculating that he had left Anthropic, which he didn't. And he said, weird misinformation to find circling on Twitter. No. And he says, I thought the way to announce such a thing was not to change your bio, but to post the 10-paragraph essay that I just shared with the team.
That's fine.
Yeah. It's really funny, like, when Karpathy comments on these, like, tech bros, and they act like they have been touched by God.
Yeah, that is how it is. That is actually how it is.
Yeah. It's very strange. I feel like if I were Karpathy, I would be kind of icked out by that. Yeah. So there's not much of value in... I'll still offer my professional service as a tattoo artist if anyone wishes for an ampersand to be permanently imprinted onto their body. You see the whole like startup tattoo drama? Remember this?
Like, no, Loki.
There's this startup called like Lemon Lime that was like, anyone who gets a tattoo, Lemon Lime, YC startup, brought in a tattoo artist for an after party and offered attendees instant interviews in exchange for getting a permanent tattoo.
No way.
Yeah. We're bold, we take risks, and we do things that haven't been done before. Being committed to our mission is paramount.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so the same guy, Jordan Zeitz, tweeted, I messed up. And then it was totally pangrammed. Totally AI apology. Yep.
L plus ratio plus Pangram 100.
Anyway, that's a silly story.
What is a more serious one?
A more serious one could be, actually, this is also kind of a silly story. The EU has pledged $11.5 billion, 10 billion euros in public funding for new AI data centers. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Public funds of as much as 500 million euros for smaller
Accelerate.
sites. Accelerate, yeah. What did China devote in terms of public funding for data centers? Like $300 billion?
Yeah.
And the US has done none, but we have like huge, robust private funding.
Yeah, they're like, go buy yourself something pretty.
Almost
Make a cluster or two.
Yeah. Make a cluster or two.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Initial construction is slated for the first 3 months of 2027. I bet that in Europe, there's actually less NIMBYism than in America for building these things.
I don't know about that.
I think in Europe, there's less NIMBYism for, not in the UK, but like continental Europe, there's less NIMBYism for things in general. Like Spain, for example, built a whole metro system in Madrid very cheaply without much NIMBYism. They have high-speed rail and stuff. This is kind of a narrative violation, especially compared to like California, where everything is NIMBY'd to oblivion. It's really bad.
Okay, only $2 billion in public funds is currently available, while the remainder needs to be approved in the EU's next budget.
That's so
then it says
funny.
the bid for data center proposals, the next step in a regional strategy, beset by delays in funding amounts that pale in comparison to investments in the U.S., Asia, and parts of the Middle East. Yeah, what about the Middle East? How much have they
a lot? Like
towards?
the UAE, for example, has
probably
spent a lot on data centers.
Something, reducing the dependencies on critical services imported from Silicon Valley and Asia. Where would these realistically be constructed?
All
Within
over
Europe.
You can build a data center basically
Portugal
anywhere.
isn't the biggest one in Europe and Portugal.
I think so. Where is the largest data center in Europe? Sines, Portugal.
Sines.
Portugal mentioned. It's on the coast.
I love Portugal. I would love to see the data center.
Yeah. I'm going to
I'd
Portugal
love to
just
see
to visit the data center.
I'd love to have a beautiful romantic getaway in Portugal at the Sines data center.
But the romance is between me and the data center. Yeah. Visiting my Grok Annie instance in Portugal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Samsung chip profit soars 250-fold during relentless AI build-out. Holy big number. It's bigger than the old number. It's a lot bigger than the old number.
250-fold.
250x.
250-fold. Okay.
South Korea's largest company, which competes against SK Hynix and Micron in the memory arena. Yeah. Most of its big clients are now asking to secure multi-year contracts at lofty prices. Huge. So how much did their operating income in June 2025 was 350.2 billion won. So 350.2 B won to USD. About $250 million. And now it has become 89.2 trillion won. So $62 billion. That's incredible.
And also their mobile and networks business reported the segment's first ever loss.
250 million to 62 billion. It's possible that the consumer electronics business lost money just because like the components in the phones are really expensive and they aren't raising prices enough to offset it. But it's fine if their memory business subsidizes it.
Yeah, totally.
Man, imagine how valuable Apple would be if they became like
if they were a memory manufacturer.
If they manufactured their own
and
memory.
They already don't do anything and are like the biggest company.
Yeah.
And they just don't do it. They just like chill.
You know the meme of like Tim Cook where it's like do nothing, win?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's fine. He's like he has good energy.
Yeah.
He's a good vibed guy.
Uh-huh. One more thing.
What?
That's what Tim Cook says.
Oh.
Yeah.
His Alabama accent.
He has a real Alabama accent.
The Korean market has been genuinely brutal this month, but my overall read hasn't changed. Wait, somebody used Claude to make their statement in this article. Wait, go down.
This does look a little Claudy.
The Korean market has been genuinely brutal this month, but my overall read hasn't changed. The fundamentals of these businesses look as strong as they have in 2 decades, and over time, the market follows fundamentals, even when the path is volatile, said James Fletcher. Oh, I'm sure he said that. I'm sure you said that.
Oh, it's less than 50 words, so Pangram can't detect it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a Claude sentence if I've ever seen one. That's really funny, though. That's kind of based. Like,
I just pasted it twice, and yeah, it says that the first segment is...
Yeah. Yeah, you just get, like, pestered by journalists, and you just, like, send them Claude...
Yeah.
You send them Claude sentences. That's
kind of based?
Based, question mark.
I mean, most likely it was like he wrote an actual sentence and then just had Claude turn it into a, sendable little soundbite.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's
what we got for right now.
That's what we got for right now. We'll have more situations and more people later. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Tushar Jain, who is the co-founder and managing partner of Multicoin Capital, which holds a significant Zcash position. And today, he joins us to discuss Ironwood, cryptography in the age of AI, and the investment case for private money. So, Tushar, welcome.
Hi, Sophia. Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Excited to have you. I heard you're calling in from Montana. Is that correct?
That is right, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, why don't we just jump in and get started? I think one of the things that fascinates me the most about the way that our financial systems are moving is that there's greater and greater financial surveillance. People are no longer using cash day to day. And when you have all of your credit card transactions, any Venmo transaction, anything that's tied back to a digital footprint, you don't actually have the same privacy that we used to. So I'm curious your perspective on Zcash and why this is what the right vehicle for having more privacy when it comes to our financial transactions.
Look, Sophia, you're absolutely right that privacy has been decreasing over the past couple of decades as people move away from cash, they move towards electronic payments. But blockchains have the potential to make that move a lot worse, actually, because right now, yes, if all your payments are done electronically, Visa can see them, every bank can see them, so on. But those are still trusted institutions. Yeah. But we know that all of these payment companies want to move on chain. The Visas of the world, the PayPals of the world, the Squares, and so on, the Stripe, they all want to move on chain. And if they move on chain, now that data is public. And that's really scary because now that means if I bought a cup of coffee from you, you can go back and see what else I bought from where and who and when. And when you look at even the legal protections that we have as American citizens, one of the major ones that we have is you have a right to privacy unless the government gets a warrant. But if your data is on-chain and publicly visible, there's no warrant needed. They can just review all of your transactional history and use that against you if they want to. So I think privacy is going to be absolutely essential for preserving our liberties and for remaining a free people.
Completely. I couldn't agree more. And one of the interesting parts with blockchain, there is more adoption there, but at the same time, everything is transparent. It's a giant transparent ledger. And not only that, it's there forever. It's permanent forever. Any transaction that you've ever done, you have a whole history and you can very easily, especially as agents, and you have more and more data, you can use AI and actually track, okay, what wallets is this one person connected to, and get a whole slew of data about their financial history. But at the same time, there are other stablecoin privacy layers that exist outside of Zcash. There's Monero, but Zcash does a whole different thing than Monero actually does. So can you just tell me a little bit about the differences? Why not just have a privacy layer or something like that just built directly into mainstream financial products? Why Zcash specifically?
So I express my view on privacy through multiple investments. And the two main ones are Zcash and a protocol called Zama. Let me talk about what I think each of those does and does really well. So for Zcash, the pitch is really simple. It's private Bitcoin. In my opinion, it's what Bitcoin should have been. It's just that the technology that was used to make Zcash was not around when Satoshi was making Bitcoin. In fact, there's a famous post on the early Bitcoin talk forums where Satoshi says, if someone could figure out these zero knowledge proofs, that would be a much better system for a blockchain. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but something to that effect. And so to me, Zcash is it's the counterculture. It's the revolution against the fiat state. This is the whole story around Bitcoin's founding to basically give an escape hatch for people who don't want endless money printing to dilute all of their hard-earned savings. But Zcash does so in a way that's private, which I think is really important in a world where you may have wealth taxes coming up, which I think are immoral, illegal, just like, but who knows, right? Like that might actually happen. And so it doesn't matter how much unfreezable Bitcoin you have, if it's all publicly visible and they can come to your house and threaten to put you in a cage if you don't give it to them. Right. So the only way to have true liberty is with privacy. And so if you want that escape hatch from the fiat system, Bitcoin ain't it. It's just not anymore. So that's what I like about Zcash. And then Zama, I'll talk about shortly. That is the privacy layer going on top of other chains like Ethereum or Solana, which allows you to have encrypted DeFi transactions. To me, Zama is an essential privacy layer if you want tokenized securities and tokenized payments and all of those things coming on chain that are regulated activities. Zcash is the counterculture thing. This is the, I want to have an escape hatch from the system, not I want privacy within the system.
Definitely. What I like about Zcash and the story of Zcash is privacy, and Zcash itself is not new. Zcash has been around for quite a while. It's one of the OGs here, yet all of its popularity does feel pretty new. And I'm curious if you're starting to see a trend where the mainstream public is increasingly understanding why privacy is more and more and more important. Are you seeing that too?
No, I don't think we're there where it's mainstream yet. And actually, that is part of my investment thesis. That's what I'm betting on, is that it will be more mainstream. Right now, what I am seeing specifically is I'm seeing a lot of early Bitcoiners get into Zcash and get interested and excited about Zcash. And you have to really think back to like the early 2010s when these early Bitcoiners were getting involved. At the time, Bitcoin was not a financial investment. It was not something they bought because they wanted to make a return. These people had political beliefs. They had ideological basis for getting into Bitcoin. And they got in because they believed in freedom. They believed in having some sort of value that was not a part of a government or a state. And Bitcoin has kind of drifted away from that over time, right? Like now it's mainly controlled by MicroStrategy and BlackRock, and it doesn't provide that same like escape hatch. And what I'm seeing is the early Bitcoiners who got involved because of their beliefs are now starting to get more excited about Zcash because it more purely represents their beliefs. I believe privacy will go mainstream. I believe Zcash will go mainstream over time, but there's a sequence to these things, right? Most people in the mainstream are not going to pay attention to Zcash until the price is multiples higher than it is today, because that's when they know to pay attention. That's when the media coverage is going to dial up.
Yeah, I would guess the mainstream perception on privacy is for criminals. Privacy is something you don't want, where in reality, what we're seeing on the ground is privacy is a way to actually have ownership over the value that you own and have that sovereignty and that sense of sovereignty. And so I'm curious too about everything that happened with Tornado Cash and the negative effects in those poor founders who got in trouble for building a specific protocol that was code that enabled privacy. I know this is happening a lot at the Ethereum Foundation. They're with Kohaku creating privacy protocols on top of wallets so that they can actually have secure transactions. But the actual legal implications of integrating this into your wallets gets super tricky. How are you seeing that actually play out? How are people actually integrating privacy into their systems in ways that are also compliant?
Yeah, so it depends on which product you're talking about, right? With something like Zcash, there are transparent transactions that you can do on Zcash. So that allows you to basically have a compliant format for it. With something like Zama, you can have a view-only key that you can give to your regulator or auditor or whoever you need to who can verify your compliance, but it's shielded from the public. So the technology for that compliance exists. It's still kind of shocking and appalling to me that the Tornado Cash case went the way that it did, given that it's non-custodial and all they did was write some code. And when you think about the founding fathers who drafted the Fourth Amendment and put that in, at the very beginning and founding of this nation as a critical right that we all have, I think they would be appalled to see that too.
Yep. Definitely. Last question I have for you. I know Zcash recently activated Ironwood. And for people who aren't familiar with Ironwood, it's pretty much an emergency upgrade designed to move private transactions into a new shielded pool after developers discovered a flaw that could theoretically have permitted invisible counterfeiting. So I would love to get your perspective on how do you actually hide individual transactions while also at the same time proving that the money itself is sound?
It's a great question. So let me just give a brief summary of what happened. Early in June, there was a release from the one of the Zcash core dev teams saying that they had patched a bug. That bug, if exploited, could have allowed for minting of additional shielded Zcash. However, we have no evidence the bug was exploited. The only news was that they patched it. The market sold off because people didn't take the time to actually understand what was happening, and there was a panic, which, if you knew what was happening, it didn't make sense at all, right? You were not actually seeing that bug be exploited. However, as another safety mechanism, what the Zcash team did is they created a new shielded pool called Ironwood, and this pool is formally verified. And I won't get too technical on this, but what formally verified here means is you can mathematically prove that there are no bugs of a certain kind in that code. Mm-hmm. That means that you cannot have this same type of infinite minting bug in this new pool. It is just fundamentally impossible now. And so because of that, now what we're seeing is people migrating from the old shielded pool into the new shielded pool. And that way they're protected from this theoretical vulnerability that we have no evidence was exploited. Mm. But you hit on a critical point, which is the trade-off between verifiability and privacy. How do you verify the total number of coins that exist if the coins are private? And the way that Zcash does it is there's two main mechanisms. The first is the amount of total transparent Zcash is verifiable. That's just like Bitcoin. You can look on chain, you can see how many tokens are out there. And whenever you go into a shielded pool, there's a turnstile that counts how many Zcash has entered and how many Zcash has left that shielded pool. That way, you can never have more Zcash leave a pool than has entered the pool, because that obviously would be a problem.
Yep.
And then within the pool, you're using these zero knowledge proofs in order to prove that no coin has been double spent. And that's what this new Ironwood pool does, is those zero knowledge proofs are now formally verified such that they cannot have this type of counterfeiting bug anymore.
Yeah.
So I think Zcash has navigated it. They've figured out how to solve the trade-off space here, where you have verifiable supply both within the shielded pools and in the whole system more generally.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Tushar, I know we are at time, but I did want to thank you for coming on MTS today and talking more about Zcash and also Ironwood and the actual trade-off between verifiability and privacy, because I think that's a big question that a lot of people are curious about. So thank you for joining.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live with Stephen Balaban, who's the co-founder and CTO of Lambda, which is the superintelligence cloud. So, Stephen, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
Yeah, it's a big day for compute, as always. Did you see the Dwarkesh essay yesterday?
I did not catch the Dwarkesh essay.
Basically, the argument was compute might get 10x more expensive in coming years, or more than that, because for a lab to continue scaling its revenue at such high rates while scaling its compute at a lower rate, either their margins have to increase, they have to spend more of their compute on inference, or the price of compute has to increase. And so he says all three of these things are happening at the same time. And if they continue happening, they will spike the price of compute dramatically.
Yeah, no, I think I saw a quote tweet from that. And, they said something to the effect of, yeah, well, if you can have a software engineer, on a GPU, then the price should be around, $100 an hour or something, for an H100. Now, I think that I've got some skepticism around like the ability to run a frontier model on a single H100, for example. But certainly, I agree with the general underlying thesis there, which is, as we go from each one of these classes of models, like so a Hopper class model to a Blackwell class model to a VR and then eventually Feynman class models. Sort of each of those is opening up a new set of sort of key abilities or unlocks for these models, and thus you sort of end up in a situation where we might find ourselves, with data centers full of science researchers or data centers full of machine learning researchers, and that's going to be, let's just say, provide upward pressure on the price of compute would be an understatement, probably.
Yeah. What happened to intelligence too cheap to meter?
So, I think that the intelligence too cheap to meter, I think what you end up having is you get certain tasks that are too cheap to meter, and you're definitely going to get certain small models that are doing things that are considered intelligence, but they're going to be inexpensive. I think that what's very clear is that fundamentally running these models requires very large scale capital expenditures, both on the power generation side, the data center construction side, as well as the purchasing of the actual compute and the IT systems themselves. And so, I think that we're a little bit far away from intelligence too cheap to meter, in the same way that we're far away from energy too cheap to meter. There are fundamental inputs into this part of the economy.
So you co-founded Lambda with your brother back in 2012, before all of this singularity stuff started happening. So can you tell us a little bit about like how Lambda evolved into what is now, basically aimed at power?
Yeah. So I started Lambda back in 2012, and at the time we were actually largely doing face recognition software. And so 2012 was a really great time to be running a face recognition business, because it was the year that the AlexNet paper came out. And, one of the things that I did was kind of realize that, all right, well, first I'm going to build an NVIDIA GPU workstation. So I built a 4 GPU workstation, was training CovNets on it. And ended up working with a couple guys, helped start this company called Perceptio. This is like kind of in parallel with the early days of Lambda. And we were training image and face recognition models that ran locally on the iPhone. And I eventually continued to work on Lambda. They then eventually sold the business about a year after I'd left to Apple. And so that ended up becoming some of the local face and image recognition stuff that you see in the photo roll, for example, on iOS. And just continued to hammer on this, created a product called Dreamscope, which was using sort of a 2015 style transfer algorithm to like turn photos into paintings. And we ended up having a really large compute bill with that app product. So it was probably like one of the really first neural network powered consumer apps on the App Store. We had about 1 million downloads on that product. And with that, ended up getting to the point of, building our own GPU compute infrastructure for Dreamscope, and kind of realize, hey, look, we're saving so much money. Why don't we try to provide compute to other researchers and engineers like us who are training and running neural networks? And so that's kind of how we got into that business. We started off selling workstations and servers on-prem, and then eventually got to the building the actual cloud business that launched in kind of 2018, 2019.
When did you first become AGI pilled?
I'd first say that I first became neural network pilled in 2012, right? Like I was reading 2012, early 2013, I was reading, for example, Alex Graves had a really amazing paper called, generating handwritten digits, and it was generating handwriting using RNNs. And I thought, wow, like, and in the paper, he also generated, Alex Graves is a renowned AI researcher at DeepMind. He did DNC, the deep neural computer, and he did a bunch of different works with recurrent networks, as well as like a kind of a predecessor to the attention mechanism. And he showed that you could generate Wikipedia text, you could generate handwritten digits, and I thought, wow, like eventually this is gonna, maybe we'll eventually be able to generate images with this and generate, music with this. And that's kind of, I think it was around that time that I kind of thought, all right, this is like going to continue to go and get bigger. But, the thing is that like, once you become AGI pilled that early, you end up sort of, being told no by the entire world for so long that you kind of maybe doubt yourself, or like, okay, I don't know, maybe you have to kind of like take a much more sobering approach to how excited you get about things, because you've been through and seen so many cycles.
Yeah, totally. I think the first thing that I can remember that was like AI, generative AI was InspiroBot. I don't know if you remember InspiroBot. It was this like extremely primitive like bot that would just basically like generate like inspiration like images that were like inspiration quotes that like people would hang in their so that was my first moment of like, and then along with Dolly afterwards, obviously.
That's really interesting. Okay. Yeah. So if you look at the history of these things, it goes all the way back to Smarter Child, where people are kind of infatuated. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember Smarter Child? This is like, I guess this dates me a little bit. This was on AOL Instant Messenger, where it would be a chatbot that you could talk with and, build a relationship with. It was completely, probably kind of Markov chain type of text generation, but there felt like there was something behind it. And yeah, I mean, look, people have been trying to build AI for 75 years plus, right? I mean, if you read, one of my favorite books to read, and I always recommend it, is The Computer and the Brain by John von Neumann. And, this is a lecture he gave at the Princeton Institute for Advanced Studies that, really talks about, it actually really talks about the shift from digital computing and the challenges and problems with digital computing and a transition to, what is essentially neural computing, and how, we're moving from exactness and precision and perfection to sort of a little bit fuzzy and imperfect, but robust to noise in the system. And that's how our brain computes. And so it's really fascinating. You can imagine if somebody like John von Neumann was no doubt probably eventually thought that we would make machines that would think. There's some humility you have to take with that, with regards to probably one of the smartest people to have ever lived. Still being very early in his predictions in terms of how quickly humanity would be able to do it.
Yeah. Another tweet of yours was when you were talking about how this AI revolution will result in the expansion of the grid, sort of in two different phases. First, it'll just be much stronger models emerge. There's a dramatic rise in the amount of research that's done autonomously. And then after that, this new class of models will be put towards reindustrialization. So how do you see that playing out?
Well, I think that the hope is that the grid and also just our regulatory environment are going to allow us to build again in the country, right? I think that's like the first really important thing, is that the United States government needs to support the construction of a lot more power. This is good for so many different reasons. The first reason it's good for is, as I said in that tweet about the hurdle rate of an economy being tied into the price of energy. What I really mean by that, to just explain that out a little bit more, is if energy is too expensive, you can't do fundamental things like smelting steel, like smelting aluminum, like doing concrete building and making concrete. Making concrete is an exceptionally energy intensive process. And so all of these input factors towards building an industrial society are really, high energy intensity activities. And if you raise the rate of energy, the cost of energy up too high, it becomes a hurdle rate, meaning that, it's too steep of a hurdle to overcome. And thus we don't do that in the United States anymore. And so I really think that it makes a lot of sense. Like if I would to see, if the United States is flirting with industrial policy at all, I think that you have to start with the very basic inputs to that industrial policy, which is less expensive energy. And this is beneficial to every single thing that we do, whether it's you're driving your electric vehicle or air conditioning your home or using AI or smelting steel. These things all require energy. And, if we're going to have industrial policy and subsidies, which I would prefer that we not, but if we are going to, it might as well be in something that is going to be benefiting everybody who consumes energy, which is every human on the planet.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, really interesting stuff in the compute industry right now. Stephen, thank you so much for coming on MTS to talk about
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am talking to George Civulka, who is the founder and CEO of Heavia, an AI platform from complex knowledge work used by firms in finance, law, consulting, and other document-intensive industries. So I'm super excited for him to join us today on MTS to discuss why agent workforces fail like human workforces and how companies have to redesign management before AI productivity appears in the bottom line. So, George, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, and excited to be here.
Excited for you to be here. I think a great place to start is actually with your essay. You recently said that humans can be cheaper than software once token use, correction, and supervision are included. But what is fully loaded in comparison, and in which tasks have companies most badly underestimated the cost of agent labor?
Yeah, I think the overarching theme of the essay is actually that most people are thinking that AI will be cheaper, that AI will actually really improve their profit margins and actually almost even replace human labor, because they're looking at it from the lens of traditional software, where software always existed in a way that was, hey, you can pay $10 a month or $30 a month per seat for something that really accrues lots and lots of value to an organization. But as AI has gotten more expensive, but maybe less even about token cost, as AI has been used more and more, it's starting to become readily apparent that actually, I think the majority of the world's businesses will be spending more on tokens than on headcount in the next 5 years. And when you think about that inversion, it has a lot of very interesting implications for kind of downstream how companies are organized, how they're managed, and what ends up happening to the human workforce.
Yeah. Interesting. And so you said right now, most people associate AI with losing our jobs, and that's what a lot of the mainstream public assumes. But you say that's the wrong framework because we're thinking about traditional software in the traditional sense. Can you just unpack more of what you mean by that?
Yeah, I think that because every single CEO or CTO out there that's buying AI and hiring human headcount expects AI to be this cost savings thing. We end up getting into this almost weird mode of, having an unlimited budget for AI tokens, expecting it to actually increase the profit of the company, and downstream spending more on it. And I don't think that people have actually come to terms or started to realize the extent to which they're spending more money on AI than they imagined.
Interesting. I saw this recent graph. I think Chamath posted it, and it was just showing how much they've actually spent on tokens. And then they saw the opposite, where they go, okay, our revenue isn't actually increasing 5x, but our token spending is. What's your opinion on this whole token maxing? Is this a successful way, and should companies be thinking in that lens?
I think that it's an interesting catch-22, because if you actually want your employees to go out and use AI, it makes a lot of sense to go and force them to try to hit some token leaderboard, or actually overachieve on some token expectation on a per month or per week basis. And I think it's actually not a bad way to teach your organization how to use AI. But there's one of those interesting paradoxes where the minute that something becomes a measure of success, it actually or the minute that you choose a metric to measure, it stops being a good indicator of success. And so the fact that we're now measuring everyone's amount of tokens that they're using, I actually think that people will use tokens for all the wrong reasons. They'll use AI for things they probably shouldn't use AI for, and they'll actually start to in a really concrete way harm the firm, because they're spending a lot of the firm's resources for the wrong reason.
Yeah. I have this quote you have that token maxing is the equivalent of adding employees and meetings when you don't really need them. Is that right?
Yeah, I think there's a canonical saying that like 80% of the employees do 20% of the work.
Yeah.
And vice versa. And I think that in the same way, you'll actually have lots of AI use that is completely non-productive or doesn't actually improve the company or the organization itself.
Yeah.
And there's a very interesting implication where AI is now starting to evoke or create the use of more AI. So with looping agents or kind of orchestrator systems, you can ask a normal system a simple question, and it can kind of go and create more and more work in the same way that human organizations create a lot of more work themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And as a CEO yourself, it's not just the product that you guys are building, but you're also trying to manage how your actual team, how your actual company also uses AI internally. So how do you actually distinguish these differences between what's wasteful repetition of just these agent loops or these orchestration that's unnecessary, and what's something that's genuinely improving productivity and genuinely improving revenue?
Well, we don't have any, kind of token, kind of targets or like indicating targets that say, okay, if you're an employee and you're not using enough tokens, you're a bad employee. So we're not incenting on the wrong axis. I think that doesn't mean that we don't also just give everyone all of the best AI tools. So all the employees at Hebbia today end up having access to like a full suite of things in their toolkit. The biggest thing that we've seen actually works for mindfully using AI and doing it in the right way is incentivizing employees to go out and actually share their secret sauce or share their best in class use cases with the other employees, which is something that normally doesn't really happen because they want to preserve their own secret sauce.
Yeah.
And so as we get to a place where actually think downstream, Hebbia is one of the more AI pilled organizations. I think that's because of the culture of sharing and the culture of like AI, everyone being like an AI strategy kind of change management agent inside our own organization. And that being kind of a pervasive culture versus any sort of like, you can't use AI or you can use AI for these things.
So it's almost the metric that employees are responsible for. So the token maxing is not great, but the sharing your implicit knowledge, your organizational knowledge is something that you want to see people do. And that's really important because agents are going to need these contexts. All that context will actually make them more powerful. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. The more context that you can actually incentivize the sharing of inside an organization, the better your organization will be at using AI. And it's less a metric of, hey, go and have more meetings or go and use more tokens, and more about, hey, go and actually provide the best use cases and do the work of thinking and expressing and providing in a cogent and concise manner exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah. And who actually is the person that translates this information into agent context? Is that from the employees themselves? Do you have a new job role that came in and that's what they actually do day to day?
Yeah, funnily enough, a third to a half of our employees at Hebbia are AI strategists, where their full-time role is actually doing the change management for our customers. And so they also are probably the ones that are most excited and most AI pilled about doing that change management internally. But if you're kind of looking at like a trad firm or a legacy institution, you're seeing the rise of this AI strategist role or this applied AI role almost everywhere. And those people are going to be your power users, the ones that actually encode the context and are the best at using these tools. And I think there will be, more job creation in the kind of AI strategist landscape than there will be kind of job loss due to people being replaced by AI.
I would love to just unpack more what you mean by more job creation and other areas you see that happening too. I noticed you said in that strategic planning and even from a software engineer, you're seeing who has the taste, who knows the architecture, who is just really good at a product and knows what direction we should actually build in. And so what do you think are going to be the new types of jobs that actually emerge?
It's an interesting question because obviously a lot of the existing jobs will change and they won't really require new roles. They'll just require new ways of working. At the same time, a lot of existing jobs don't really have good AI first analogs. And so you can probably look at a majority of traditional kind of jobs or traditional employees almost becoming more of a manager type of position, where instead of doing the work, they're going to be replaced by, or they're going to have to learn how to, be a human that tells AI systems how to do the work. and generalize that a lot better. And so, some people call that taste in design, or, being like a 10x engineer in software engineering, or, just being cracked because you use AI. All of them just talk about an ability to, in the English language, articulately express in an AI prompt what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
And that's a rare skill set. It's a lot harder than people imagine. I can look at the majority of human employees, and it's very hard to get any of them to write a really great memo.
Yeah.
And so people think that prompting is this easy thing, but it's actually just as hard, if not harder, than writing a memo for humans. And you could probably count in like on one hand in any given team or any given startup the people that you would actually go to and write a really amazing memo or to read and understand one. So it's a rarer skill set and a rarer type of employee than people imagine.
Yeah, I heard a lot of employees and CEOs were saying they're now transferring the work to the people who has to read that memo. The memo is this prompt, and it's flooded and super long, and it's full of a bunch of slop. And then you're actually putting more work on the person who has to read it, translate it, understand what was actually meant by that. And so it's like, hey, if you're using AI in your process, you still need to do the tough human thinking. You can't just delegate all of that to models because they can't actually replicate it with taste in a way that actually explains it to your colleagues.
Yeah, I think Peter Thiel ended up having a pretty prescient prediction about the future, where he said that the people that are really good with words or the word cells will be significantly more valuable in the age of AI than the people that are good at math. And it's funny because I actually think now is the best time to get a law degree and to get really good command over, the English language. And maybe it's one of the, it's probably still an interesting time to become a mathematician, especially because it teaches you really good framings about the world. But, that ability to command language is more and more rare and more important and more valuable in every business context.
Yeah, the ability to command language. It's almost like people are misreading this whole, hey, we're going to have more model capacity, we're going to have smarter and better models as equivalent to, therefore, we'll have more productivity, we'll have more useful labor. But you're actually saying those aren't necessarily always connected.
No, I actually think for the majority of human tasks that are done day to day, you can already do almost all of them with AI. The issue is that the AI is not being prompted correctly. And so probably with almost a GPT-4 class model and the right prompting and the right process engineering, you could get to most of the valuable economic output of human beings. People just haven't been able to, crack the actual process engineering, the actual prompt engineering, and the change management required to get there. And so we're waiting for new models, expecting them to do more, but it doesn't really matter if Claude Fable 5 can build, a video game in the browser better than, Claude Opus 5, or, if the next great OpenAI model can, create some weird WebGL simulation. These aren't really as economically valuable tasks as the things you could probably already do if you had the right prompt engineering with a GPT-4 class model.
So what does it actually take to have the right prompt engineering? Is it really just having and knowing the right intention, or does it require your company itself to restructure how it gathers knowledge, how it gathers coworkers, and what their different skills are, and how everything works? What's needed to prompt engineer effectively?
I think there's some element of practice. I think there's some element of wordsmithing. It's quite interesting. The idea of sense making, or of human beings that are so in command of the English language, or so knowledgeable about a certain domain that they feel it in their bones, and they're able to explain very complicated concepts to a 5-year-old. And Richard Feynman was one of those human beings where he could actually go and teach a quantum physics class to the average person, and they'd actually learn something even if it was really complicated material. And it wasn't that Richard Feynman maybe even was a better physicist, but it was that he just understood the concepts and could sense make around those concepts so elegantly that he could then go and portray what he was working on very simplistically. And it's maybe less about the idea of like, okay, crafting a prompt as in writing, and more around the idea of crafting a prompt or kind of building an agent harness as so deeply understanding the work that you feel it in your bones. Kind of the writing and the eloquence actually comes out of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It honestly is weird to me that we rely so much on language to explain exactly how these models should act and exactly what they should do. It's almost like I'd rather have someone just watch my company and watch what's happening, stay day to day, join every meeting, and then infer, okay, here are the areas that we can improve. Here's how we should work together, almost prompt itself. And so it's like having a richer data set, more context is actually going to be the thing that improves it, not necessarily just having a better and better model. Like you mentioned, having a better model that can make a video game in a browser doesn't really move the needle.
I agree with you that seems really great.
Yeah.
It seems really great to have AI that could go out and, do the AI transformation for us. But funnily enough, if you think about the human analog of that, where you're having you're hiring a bunch of humans to go do transformation, it hardly ever really creates like the right output.
Yeah.
And it's less about building more systems that can do this for us, and more about understanding the work so deeply and getting to like the small nugget of wisdom or nugget of truth in a human brain to actually do the thing correctly. So yes, I'm sure there's tons of startups that are just trying to collect as much context as possible and automate with AI the AI transformation. But I think there's still some like human insight that is actually needed. Otherwise, you're going to have lots of meetings about meetings, and you're going to be spending way more on tokens than you are on employees. And so, yeah, respectfully, may disagree with you on that.
Yeah, definitely. And I appreciate the pushback there. And it's also, what we're seeing is people are just trying to optimize before they have something that's working. They haven't even figured out how to get things to work with just their human workforce and make sure you have a strong foundation. And then you're trying to introduce agents on top of something that might not be a solid start in the first place. And so it's almost like these two things are going to fail for the same reason, right?
100%. Unless you've done the work to articulate a problem, really cogently and compellingly to human, you probably can't also do the same work to articulate a problem cogently and compellingly to AI.
Yeah. I'm curious for you personally, what excited you about working in the space?
Which space?
More agent workforce, like understanding this stuff so deeply. What about this problem was something that really excited you?
I think we're at a very interesting moment in human history where almost all of the world's economy and all of the way that human beings work every day is about to undergo a massive transformation. And you think that everyone's using AI, but especially outside of San Francisco and really across the world more broadly, it's like less than single digit % adoption in the world. And so we're on the precipice of this like massive, big moment, and nobody knows how to use it, and nobody knows what to use it for, and no one knows what even like the future will look like. And I think that's one of the more interesting problems. We particularly at Hebbia work on applying that to the markets, which is, I think, one of the most complex dynamical systems known to man. And actually, you kind of understanding the impact of transformational technology on so many people and these really complex systems is very interesting and I think important work. And who else is going to do it?
Who else is going to do it? Well, George, I did want to thank you for joining us today and sharing more about what you guys are doing with Hebbia. It's interesting to get just your perspective in general about the future of the agentic workforce and what are the things that maybe most people misunderstand about how all of this works. And I also really enjoyed getting your perspective about where this is actually going and the future for all of this. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Great to meet you.
Great to meet you
Cheers.
too. And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We're live with Aryan Shah, who is the head of AI at DoorDash, and previously he was the co-founder and CEO of Metis, acquired by DoorDash. What a cool name, by the way. We were just talking about like startup names that come from ancient Greek, from the Odyssey. No, not many such cases. They're all from Tolkien. There's like very few from ancient Greek. So glad to see one. Recently more, yeah. Aryan, welcome to MTS.
No, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about what is AI in DoorDash?
It seems like there's a lot of different, like there's the hardware side of which you guys are building a drone program. And I imagine there's a whole bunch, on the software side and on the agentic commerce side. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think for us, we're really trying to embrace AI and figure out how to kind of leverage it in every facet of the business. As you mentioned, Soph, like the hardware component is a big part of that. So yesterday we launched DoorDash Air, which is our drone delivery program. We also have Dot, which is the delivery robot. But then on the actual commerce side of things, we released a CLI recently, which we thought would be kind of one of the first few fortes into agentic commerce at scale. So allowing everyone's sort of personal agents to be able to order food and other items, mainly commerce items through DoorDash. In addition to a whole host of other kind of external agentic efforts. So we have something called Ask DoorDash, which was released, which is a conversational assistant inside of our app. We have a lot of other cool consumer use cases in the works as well, which will hopefully come out shortly. But then internally as well, we're really trying to figure out how to leverage AI to allow for the most amount of productivity for everyone and kind of allow them to gain higher leverage in their day-to-day work. So we've done things like we've built our own background coding harness and agents. We've built our own code review system. We do a lot of benchmarking and evals internally in order for us to kind of assess how well we're doing at kind of automating some of these mundane kind of repetitive tasks. And then more broadly, we've also been doing a lot of work around what we call sort of physical intelligence. So thinking about data capture for ourselves, but also for some of our partners. And then also embracing AI across all of our kind of operating teams. So our core operators, HR, IT, and all of our other business functions as well.
Yeah. So very broad umbrella. So on the agentic commerce side, this is fascinating because you mentioned that this would be for like certain like commercial goods. How does this integrate, eventually with food or maybe with groceries?
Yeah, so as of right now, it's mainly food and groceries.
Okay.
You can also do retail. So I think the cool thing about DoorDash is now, we offer not just food delivery and grocery delivery, but if you want like a pair of shoes or basketball or something, you can order something from Dick's Sporting Goods. Or if you want a T-shirt, you can get that from Target. And so it's much more broad than just obviously food delivery. But our goal here was to say, hey, we have some use cases in our mind for how we think agentic commerce is going to work, but also a lot of other people have super exciting, interesting use cases that we couldn't even think about. And so how can we enable them to build those use cases to really empower and push forward the boundaries of agentic commerce? So for example, one use case that a lot of people have been using the CLI for recently has been a lot of office ordering use cases. And so someone set up a camera in their pantry that automatically monitors everything that's on the shelves when stock is running low, and then it goes and automatically reorders certain items to refresh the office snack supply. And like that's something I would have never thought of. I'm like, who's going to put a camera like just continuously monitoring for snacks? But it's been pretty cool to see.
Wow, we need that.
Tell us more about DoorDash. Well, we do need that. Yeah, we have to do this manually. Tell us more about DoorDash Air. How did you get the idea to do a drone program?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the co-founders, Stanley, kind of heads up that effort. But I think the idea is pretty simple, which is if you think about delivery more broadly, there's so many forms of delivery, right? We have in a city like San Francisco, you have people riding around on scooters, you have cars, and you have all these other delivery mechanisms. But there's kind of two areas that we think are the next forte for how delivery is going to be done. One is obviously DoorDash Air, which is drone delivery, and saying, okay, well, what if the air becomes a new kind of superhighway for being able to get people the items they want much faster and much cheaper? because now you don't have to deal with all the infrastructure challenges that come along with, cars and bicycles and this and that. And then the other form that they've kind of been spending a lot of time on is DOT, which is the autonomous delivery robot. So thinking about something that can operate on sidewalks, something that can operate on roads, operate across all different environments, and can go longer distances to, think about, well, what's the future of delivery going to look like? Especially if we think delivery is going to become such a large scale kind of service. We may not have enough people to do this long term either, right? And so thinking about how can we augment that and kind of push forward and usher in the next generation of technology in order to get people what they want faster.
Wow, yeah, that's awesome. Are you familiar with like Meituan and sort of the large, the way that Meituan scaled from, like a food delivery into like this whole huge business, very, integrated with AI as well. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, they have their own frontier lab inside.
Exactly. Do you guys see that sort of future? Because, with food delivery services, there's just so many algorithmic and process and just like distribution advances. So it just makes sense that, like you guys could scale into so many different areas.
Yeah. I mean, I think at the end of the day, DoorDash historically has always been, has always had a very strong ML team kind of for traditional routing and logistics types of problems. But I think, looking at Meituan is obviously one very inspiring for any business, especially, as the founder of a company beforehand. I mean, it's a great case study for how to really expand into a bunch of different things. I think more broadly, our goal at DoorDash is still very core, which is we want to empower kind of local economies and small businesses. So we want to do whatever we can do to push forward that mission. If that means expanding into different lines and goods of services, then, we will do that. But I think, we're not necessarily as prescriptive in the sense of, we have to do this, and this, because this is what Meituan is doing, or this is what Uber is doing, or whatever these other companies are doing as well.
Yeah. It might be different somehow. Meituan has this like enormous domestic market. People have like less money on average. It seems like kind of a different thing. But do you think there would be ever a reason for DoorDash to like train their own frontier models?
I mean, I'm sure like algorithmically already what goes on within DoorDash is very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think, there might be a point when that comes along. I think right now we don't have a stark opinion there. I think we're kind of trying to take advantage of what's already out there and trying to maladapt it for our needs and really trying to maximize like that intelligence per dollar. But yeah, there are definitely a few use cases where we might consider training a frontier model. One of them being kind of our core business of logistics and routing.
Right. So tell us about Metis, which was acquired by DoorDash, and that's, you were there before. And this was infrastructure, like AI agent infrastructure. So how does that integrate? And what has been the experience of like bringing all of that to DoorDash?
Yeah, so I think what we were trying to do at Metis was effectively a continual learning layer where we were trying to build self-healing consumer-facing agents. So saying, hey, if you have an agent that's interacting with hundreds of millions of consumers every day, how can you make it better and better with every single trace that's coming into that agent? And how can you also make it more reliable? When you started the company, models were still relatively poor at tool calling, in addition to weren't always the most intelligent. And so we were trying to bridge some of that gap. And so we were really fortunate where DoorDash was actually one of our first customers. And so we had already been partnered together for, at the time, I think it was like 7 months or so, working on a whole host of things. But probably the most notable one was Ask DoorDash, which is the assistant inside of the DoorDash app. And so kind of the goal was, we had built this platform, which was a combination of like an observability / evals platform in addition to an improvement stack that were fused together so that once a trace goes through an agent, we're able to autonomously grade it, eval it, figure out what's going wrong, if anything does go wrong, and then optimize against it across a whole host of levers, including autonomous prompt optimization, skill building, tool optimization, but then also weight-based optimizations as well. So actually changing some of the model if it's an open weight model. And so the idea was, okay, well, we've already been partnering with DoorDash for such a long time here. Can we bring this technology in-house and expand it to all of the agents that we're working on, not just a couple of the kind of consumer-facing agents that we had partnered together on from the very beginning? And we were very fortunate because we had already been working with the DoorDash team for a good amount of time at that point. The transition was relatively seamless, where it kind of already felt like we were one team, which made it, pretty simple. And I think, the reception so far internally has been amazing. I think that's something that we couldn't have expected. And, the most exciting part has just been just being able to ship really cool, exciting products that are both impacting consumers, but also exciting products across the business that are driving more efficiencies and increasing leverage as well.
Tell us more about the DoorDash CLI. Which lets you order DoorDash directly from your agent. Why would people need to do this?
So I think the thought was originally, we all kind of had our own personal agents running around, and we were like, it'd be really cool if our personal agents could order food for us. Because I don't know about you, but I definitely get decision paralysis when I have to think about what to order every day for lunch. And so originally it kind of started off as a fun little project, but then it kind of expanded into a lot of these use cases that, again, we never expected to really see, including the most prominent one has been this business use case, which is saying, hey, how do you order lunch for the entire office? Well, what if I just had an agent do it? Or, hey, I am running late, or my agent knows my schedule. It knows that I'm actually running late from a meeting. It has my Find My location, and it knows, okay, well, he's not going to he's not going to have time for lunch. I'm going to order something for him for lunch. It's going to show up at his office, and he can eat it, in the middle of a meeting or something. And so the idea was more so hey, well, this is the first end-to-end kind of checkout experience for agents that's, enabled at scale, in the sense of you're not only able to discover items, you're also able to actually place the order. And so, the thought was this was a really good and kind of easy way to also ease in this usher era of agentic commerce, of how do people make, how will agents make decisions for what services and goods to buy for us as humans. But, it was not maybe as kind of this prescriptive in the sense of this is exactly what the CLI is going to be really, really useful for. I think it was more of a experiment for us to try to see if we could help kind of push the frontier and kind of help bring up a new category that hasn't gotten much love. And we've been pretty excited about it so far.
What are some of the most interesting things you've seen people build with the DoorDash CLI?
Yeah, I think one of them was that food pantry thing with the camera that autonomously orders a bunch of snacks for the office. Another one was someone actually made a Jarvis to order their food. So they hook it up to Siri, and there's hey Siri, I want a burger today. I saw a really funny. I know. I saw a really funny meme on Twitter yesterday, which was someone was saying, I'm going to use my agent to order food from the CLI. It's going to get delivered by a drone. And I was like, that could be a really cool use case. But I think more than anything, it's mainly these reorder use cases. Group ordering has been a really big one. And then also just hooking it up to more agentic experiences to give them commerce capabilities so that they can actually now place orders for humans across, again, not just food, but also things like retail. It's kind of the most prevalent.
Yeah, I think restocking is actually a really useful use case that I hadn't thought about. What about, how do you maintain discoverability for small businesses, like you mentioned, which is one of the, the missions at DoorDash, and then also sort of find the best prices for consumers?
Yeah, so around discoverability, I think it kind of comes down to, we're really fortunate where a lot of the times the things will get returned. We try really hard at DoorDash to actually have something called local heroes, which is the best restaurants in any kind of city, or the best mom and pop restaurants in any city should be prioritized and should be, put inside of our catalog and our experience. So discoverability, has always kind of been favored to help out local businesses, whether it's on the agentic side of things or inside of the app experience. And sorry, I think I might have missed the second part of the question, but
prices for consumers. So if I'm sending my agent out to buy me I don't know, the best Indian food,
small local business in SF like Suvla or Blue Bottle.
Yeah.
So we kind of actually leave that to the agent. So the CLI returns kind of everything, and the agent can make a bunch of different tool calls and input a bunch of different parameters. So if you say, hey, I want to find the best Indian food that's also the best quote unquote case per dollar arbitrage or profile or whatever it might be. Like your agent can try doing that dynamically and making like a ton of queries for Indian food, and then pulling the menus, seeing all the prices, and it can say, hey, this is actually based on the reviews, this is actually the best Indian food, and this has like the lowest prices from everything I've seen. Right. So we kind of give that lift to the agent, not necessarily the CLI, but
Do you think that this could lead to a kind of like power law where like everyone's agent is trying to order from like the same Indian place? Like, how do you prevent that?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, actually, I didn't even think about that, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I think that'd be a pretty funny reality. I don't think it'll happen, but definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I guess this is something you sort of have to like monitor as monitor as you know, like scale the CLI. What are some like potential like failures that you see? Like, you know, like what are some mistakes that agents can make while ordering?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times what we'll see is like the agent will just put in or input the wrong parameters into the tools. So, for example, it might mess up your address, right? Because it puts in the wrong address as a parameter, or sometimes it'll hallucinate like a restaurant name that it might have thought it was pre-trained on, and then tries to input a search for it, isn't able to return any search results because the searches or the parameters it's inputting are a little too specific. But generally, I mean, models have now gotten to a point actually where we've started to see they're pretty dynamic, and they recover pretty well from their kind of failures and experiences, and they're very persistent as well. So surprisingly, we haven't seen too many agentic failures. I mean, there's definitely been some oopsies here and there, or like it's just ordered the wrong thing. But we've been pretty explicit about having consent and guardrails there, where like before it orders something, it needs your explicit permission, explicit approval to make sure that this just doesn't happen.
Right. And then how do you see like sort of the world in like 5 years once, you know, all of this, like all the physical parts of AI are in place, at least for DoorDash, and like people are using agents? Like, what is that future of ordering food and ordering just things look like?
Yeah, I mean, I personally subscribe to this notion that we are all going to have, our little personal AI agents running around. And I think in that world, what we're going to see is more increasingly, more and more things are, one, going to be automated, but two, we're going to have more things done for us autonomously in the background. Meaning, like, I actually think in 5 years, you're probably not even going to think about, hey, I have to eat lunch today. What am I going to order? Or, hey, I left my shoes at home. Like, I need to go and find a way to get my shoes back. Or, hey, what time do you have to leave for my kids' like baseball game or something like this? I think all of that will be done in the background, where you'll have like some sort of persistent agent running that is able to kind of pick up on these things proactively for you. I think in that world, we want to make sure that we're able to empower agents as first-class citizens in the same way that we empower kind of users of DoorDash today. And so if that does happen, what we expect is actually the amount of total commerce volume will probably go up, because it's not just going to be humans buying goods and services. It's also going to be agents that are going to be consuming and buying goods and services. And so if that happens, we expect that over time, the amount of things that will be delivered to you, and the amount of things that will be subconsciously done for you will just increase, which will hopefully also serve as a great tailwind for our business.
Right.
So tell us about DoorDash's plans for sort of conventional robotic autonomous delivery. This already exists to some extent in China. It exists to some extent in Los Angeles even. But it seems like it would make a lot of sense in the limit to just have all of this stuff be autonomous, little robotic boxes moving around delivering food in cities at least.
Yeah. I mean, I think our goal is to try to get to that point. We don't think, at least in the short term, it's all going to be fully automated. I think, Dashers are a core part of our business. And we expect that the number of Dashers will also only continue to increase. But I think for us, the way that we think about it is, if you're ordering like Chick-fil-A and you're in a suburban, household, that should probably be delivered to you autonomously, right? Like, you don't need a human to do that. And increasingly so, the nice thing about robots and potentially drones is rain, snow, or shine, they're still out there, and we can get higher utilization for kind of this fleet, and we can do forward planning around it as well in a much better, much more efficient manner. But in terms of rollouts, I think we're definitely not in like early innings. We have the Dot is like a full level 4 autonomous vehicle that is now kind of running around different cities delivering things. But we are still in the process of kind of rolling these out across different markets, and I don't want to speak directly to what our plans are there, just because it's not my core responsibility. But I think we are just really bullish and excited about autonomous delivery and robots long term at DoorDash more broadly.
Yeah. Do you think there will also be like, we have Amazon Prime, which is already like 1 or 2 day delivery, but do you think that will sort of just kind of like collapse and become same day?
I believe so. I mean, I think if we do our jobs right here, anything that you can ever imagine should be at your doorstep in 30 minutes or less, right? Whether it's food, groceries, but also, all things retail, just anything that you need, you should be able to order via DoorDash, and it should come to you in 30 or 60 minutes or whatever this time frame might be.
We already kind of do this. Like for the office, we need to buy more like paper towels the other day. And instead of buying them on Amazon and waiting a day or two, we just got them on DoorDash. So yeah, really great service.
It's great for crisis situations. It's like,
yes,
I think I've been like on vacation or like in another city, and I just like run out of like shirts, and I can just literally DoorDash a shirt from like Target. So I think this is incredibly useful. But yeah, it's been great having you on, Aryan. Thanks so much.
Yep. Thanks so much, Aryan.
No, thank you for having me, and glad to hear that, it's been hopefully useful, and hopefully it'll be more useful in non-crisis situations as well.
Yeah. Of course. Thanks, Aryan.
Awesome.
Thank you, Aryan.
And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Good posture stream.
Good posture check. Posture check.
Posture check.
Sponsor check. Arena. Measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
And of course, Neon. Scale your startup on Neon. The Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise codebases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
And lastly, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick, and we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Awesome. We're gonna say, hey everyone, welcome to MTS, and especially big welcome to Tony, founder of Sunday. Let me say, Sunday had a really big release for Act 2 preview about like 2 weeks ago. And I have so many things to ask you about there. But before we get into Act 2 preview, we're gonna say, would love for you to kind of give the really high level for on Sunday for folks who like aren't familiar. So yeah, we're gonna say thanks for coming on, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Braxton. So at Sunday, we're essentially building the full stack intelligence layer for robotics. And what we mean by that is literally everything. Like we build our own hardware, we build our own software, we collect our own data, and of course, we train the model ourselves. And what this means is that with all the ecosystem being within the company, we're able to iterate very fast. And I think Act 2 is actually a kind of a manifestation of that we're able to teach a robot to such high success rate and reliability and be able to deploy it into places that it's never seen before. So yeah, like really exciting to be on the pod.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna say, well, I won't rehash. There's a lot that was talked about and written about Act 2. We're gonna say I think you guys released on like July 16th, something like that, right? But also for Act 2 preview, there were a bunch of threads that your awesome team members kind of highlighted. It felt like it was like 5 to 6 different releases inside Act 2 preview.
Yes.
And so we're gonna say, could you give the extremely high level around like, we're gonna say Act 2 preview specifically, and then we can kind of get into like the solves and the developer memory. Everything around there.
Yeah, I think one of the key results that we are observing is that with sufficiently large-scale pre-training, we're able to eliminate the generalization gap. And what it means is that if something works really well in-house, in the robot that we have in the office, it also generalizes to environments that it has never seen before. And the really powerful part of that is that it allows us to hill climb on the success rate, on the speed, on everything in-house, and be able to expect the same level of performance in the wild. And this is actually what allows us to reach the core result, which is we're able to get to 99.1 success rate when the robot is deployed into unseen homes and seeing unseen garments. And this is actually the first time in robotics that such a large scope of tasks can be done with just one single model at the success rate that we can do. So this is really, I think, the high level breakthrough. And in order to achieve that, I think we talk about one-shot learning. We talk about the inference that's going on the robot. We talked about the scaling laws of like how we get predictable improvements as we scale data and compute.
Okay, so I remember reading, it was either a Twitter thread or a blog post, but we're gonna say you guys kind of realized that your zero-shot learning emerged as a behavior from kind of your pre-trained scaling, right? But then also it feels like the two really big things around Act 2 preview is generalization, right? And also reliability. But when it comes to kind of household robotics, which is actually way more, how do I put this? There's way more edge cases than like industrial robotics or commercial robotics. And for every household that memo kind of is placed in, there's a lot of subjectivity with how people want their clothes folded or dishes put away, or like even where in the closet it goes, right? And so we're gonna say, as people are able to kind of teach memo very quickly, given the zero-shot learning, how do you guys think about kind of embedding personalization, especially as you guys kind of roll memo out into like households later this year?
Yeah, I think this will be a really big unlock that we are working on in the meantime, which is like, how can we, in addition to being able to have high generalization and high reliability, how can we provide this additional customization for users, right? For one example is that like everyone wants their home to be organized in a slightly different way. And what is the best way for user to specify that? And what we were able to show in one-shot example is that like we have these weird ways of folding shirts, like folding shirts into a triangle, which is something that has never seen in a data set. but with just one example and sufficient amount of pre-training data, the model can learn this behavior and apply it to new shirts without like a huge data set. So what this actually unlocks is that in the future, we can actually give users the data capture glove that we have, and they can collect a few examples of how they want their home to be organized, or with some even other ways that we can able to learn their preferences with very, very few examples.
Yeah. And okay. So then now we're about to kind of dig into, I feel like a lot of the 10 other announcements that were hidden in kind of the Act 2 preview announcement. One of the really big things is actually I'm going to read a tweet that we're going to say you posted, which is Sunday runs the largest data collection of any robotics company, right? And it's truly heaven to have data coming in exactly how you want it, as fast as physically as possible. And your head of data, Perry, made this awesome thread about how you guys think about data collection differently. We're going to say, would love to hear more. And of course, right, your data collection happens right now from your skill glove, but you guys built an actual community around it. And so I'd love to hear more about kind of like, okay, what are the really big things you guys learned from kind of this Act 2 preview release, especially as you've hit this new milestone of like 1,000 new memory developers, right? How do you think about building that community? What are the next big steps you kind of need to take as you kind of build full stack this data collection engine and also community at Sunday?
Yeah. So I think this is something that we were focusing on like very early on, is the conviction that in order to iterate the fastest and train the best frontier model, in robotics, you have to have the data operations in-house for the fastest iteration. And I was actually the one onboarding one of the first, like I think 5 data collectors into the platform. I was onboarding them in like Mountain View Public Library with like I think our designer and with like early ops teammates. And I think what we care about since very early on is that we don't think about collecting data as this like soulless job. That's all you do is repeat the same thing over and over again, because what's critical is the diversity of the data. And we want to empower people to like imagine like the diversity and be able to give us a higher, like the diversity of data is actually like useful for generalization. So what we did from the beginning is to really align that people who are collecting data for us, we call them memory developers, with the mission, which is like, hey, we want to build this robot to save your time and you never need to do laundry and dishes again. And it turns out having a purpose when collecting data and thinking about the broader mission is really motivating for people. And that in turn gives us a community that when there is I think inevitably, like when there is a bug in the software or hardware, I think what the community is trying to do is to help us spot them, as opposed to like, oh, there's a bug, I will exploit it so that I get paid more. So these are the amazing things that we saw happening when the team is actually aligned around the mission. And I think the things that we can expand on top of the community that we've built around memory developers is actually massive. If you think about it, right? Like these people can become amazing beta testers. They become evaluators of the robot. They can become community leads to let people learn more about what home robot is like. So these are really like seeds that we're planting all over the US. I think we're pretty much in every single one of the states in the US right now. And I think that will serve us in the long term. And I think you will see this pattern when we think, like, look at how Sunday strategize about things, is that we always think about the long term. Like these people will grow with the company and provide more and more value to us, and we create together.
So one of the reasons why I loved that thread was I remember reading in Perry's thread that you guys started off finding these folks on Craigslist, but then over time, they started referring each other, and now you guys are actually getting inbound referrals for people signing up to be memory developers. And I think kind of what you said, the data collection historically has kind of been this kind of like viewed as this low skill kind of soulless thing. But as you kind of scale your stack at Sunday, it's actually not scaling data collection. You're actually scaling community, right? Which is harder in a different for very different reasons. But it is awesome because kind of like the really big thing, especially that I imagine you care most about with the memory developers, is quality and diversity, right? And so if you can maintain a really high bar for your community too, and that people want to be a part of the community, then kind of right beyond kind of creating new memories for Memo. I imagine for the beta test too, right? You're going to give your first few beta users also the skill gloves, right? And so to kind of teach them new solves and new skills and what have you. And so it all feeds into each other.
Yeah, I think that particular feature will probably come in the following phases of the beta testing. But I think when we think about it, like if you take a step back, it's really about scaling trust. That we want to build a community that trusts us, that we trust them. And as we take our next step, which is deploying robots to people's homes, this is also a huge amount of trust that needs to be built that we want to own. As in, like, hey, we're not deploying the robot so that we can collect data from you. That's not a goal. Yep. We're deploying a robot to make your life easier, make your life lighter, so you don't need to do chores and you can spend time with your family. And when we deploy this robot, you need to trust us that we actually spend a lot of time on safety. And all these things is really about fundamentally building trust with people. Despite that we're a robotics company, I think the trust is really the foundation layer.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna say so. I promise this is related, but one of the other things I read from kind of the Act 2 release is I think your CTO Chang had this thread around around how memos kind of policies and the model itself is actually more reliable than your own Wi-Fi, right? Actually, I'm going to read it. It was like, okay, we just hit a weird milestone. Our model became more reliable than your average home Wi-Fi. Just like everybody else, we thought cloud inference was the obvious choice. Yet 2 days into the Act 2 eval, our mind completely changed, right? And then it sounds like your team actually had to do some last minute optimizations to actually put everything on device. Could you walk me through, like, because I feel like this is a pretty big like insight, especially with how much you guys co-design, right? Everything in-house at Sunday, right? Which is like, what are the really big implications around edge inference? Because there's also so many ways this could look. It could be on device. Also, it could be different from like home to industrials and commercial, right? Yeah. Anyways, would love to hear more about that.
Yeah, I think when we look back, the reason that we're able to find out that this is the case is because like we're actually deploying in the wild. Like these are real places with real imperfect Wi-Fi, still be dead spots, right? So we notice that. And also, our robot is like our policy, the neural network and the software stack and the hardware stack is already so reliable that these like small mistakes start to expose itself. If your policy only is successful like 90% of the times, I think it's very hard to notice like the Wi-Fi jitter resulting like minus 0.5% of performance degradation. But because the rest of the system is already quite mature, we're able to spot these small differences. And yeah, I think it's pretty surprising in general because if you think about like LLMs, right, they all run on the cloud. Yeah. But the problem there is that, like, you know, if it responds to you like lagging behind for like a second or 2 seconds, you'll be like, fine, I still get the answer I want. But for robotics, it's really fundamentally a real-time system that need to react to the world as the world changes around it. And we just realize how critical it is to have a very, very robust and reliable and predictable inference running on the robot itself.
Is there like an optimal split that you think will exist? Because I can't imagine everything will live on device on Memo, right?
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting question. Essentially, if you think about it, you can think about the intelligence as like system 1 and system 2. System one, you can think about it as like using your hand to do manipulation, like the reflexes and stuff like that, which is actually surprisingly right now the bottleneck of the whole stack. Because system two, you're talking about like reasoning and all these things, like foundation models these days is already so smart. And so when we think about how we position our work, we're really like building this one last piece that is able to connect these like really intelligent reasoning models to the real world. So I think over time, I think all the models will become more efficient. But I do think system two, for a period of time, will be running on the cloud. And system one, which is the neural networks that we train, the robot foundation models, will be running on the robots.
Do you think that hybrid split that you're talking about will fundamentally be different from like what Sunday's trying to tackle, which is kind of household consumer robotics, versus what you'd expect in like industrial, right? Or like factories or even commercial, right? Or because like in factories, for example, I could have like way harder core networking, right? Whereas the hardest edge case, or where you have the most edge cases, is like the average household, right? And also this will be very different from like the US versus Europe versus Asia, right? It's all different. Like, do you think the optimal split for like device versus cloud inference will be different depending on what vertical?
Yeah, the way I will think about it is that I think our goal is really towards building the most general system. Yeah. And the more general the system is, the less assumptions you make about the world surrounding it, right? Because like as a human, we're so smart. Like if there's no Wi-Fi, we do everything just fine. And if you think about systems such as autopilots, right, running on Tesla cars, those also don't need Wi-Fi. And for systems that needs Wi-Fi, they will be like, oh, there's this power outage, and suddenly all the cars like just cannot move anymore, right? So I think for us, the way we think about it is that tackling home robots, thinking about it as a North Star, really aligns with where general intelligence is pointing us towards. That we are trying to build a robot that is self-contained, that is really, really intelligent, and can handle all these like weird, diverse scenarios. And to us, that is a hallmark of intelligence.
Okay. Well, what do you say? I would love to see Memo in action. Right. We're gonna say, I think you can demo Memo.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Let me just show you around. That'll be fun. All right.
So we're in Sunday HQ right now.
Yeah, we're in Rebel City. So let me just show you. Hold this for me. Yeah. All right. I think, can you see the robot right now?
The
little purple one. Yeah.
Oh my God. Wait, okay. So what part of your office are we in right now? Because you have a bunch of memos just fold and close.
Yeah, we essentially just have a whole floor that is all bets. That's how we run evaluations. That's how we collect data. That's how we train. Yeah.
And I want to confirm for the audience right now that this is fully autonomous.
Yeah.
There's no teleoperation right now. No one behind the curtain. And this is real time. And also, Brexton and Tony, we did not prepare this demo before. We were saying, why do you think that like seeing real-time demos is so rare for robotics? Because this is like what the audience is seeing right now, what we're seeing right now is like not that common.
Yeah. I think in order for a live demo to work, it's really stressing all parts of the system. You know, from the bottom is the reliability of the hardware, and then is the software system, and then is the model. And because we're a full stack company, we're able to do like excellent work across all of them. And this is why we're able to like just like we have these robots running pretty much every day, and it just keeps getting better as they practice.
And I know we touched on it briefly, but you guys introduced solves as a part of your Act 2 release, and it's going to be very important as you have deploy. We're going to say Memo for your beta kind of this fall into real households. It seems like your first solve is for laundry, right? We're going to say, can you tell us what the next solve will be?
I think we'll like to keep that a little secret, so people can be surprised. But I think the base model, foundation model we're training is so general that I think the vision is really that we can learn any of those tasks with very few demonstrations. Maybe can we move the camera a little bit closer? I will try to mess around with it. Yeah.
So Memo is in real time. Seeing interruptions, things that shouldn't happen, and reacting. Oh.
What should I even do?
So kids can bump into Memo. People can drop clothes, and it will correct itself just on the fly.
You can literally mess around with that real time. Let's see how it does this. Like, oops, I accidentally grabbed 2, and I'll put 1 back.
Oh, that's so sick. You're saying I know that your next big milestone is the beta. You're saying why this fall? Why now? And what are kind of the big things you want to see from the beta, or like where are you trying to get from the beta?
Yeah, I think the Act 2 release is really what makes all these possible. That we show that we can have a model that is autonomous, that can run in people's homes without any additional training data there, and have like 99% success rates. And so, yeah, like the why now is really all about the behaviors and the capability we can get out of the foundation models.
I don't think any other companies have released like fully autonomous betas.
Yeah.
Right?
I think Act 2 is actually the first robotic policy that can handle the diversity of like homes in a way that is this reliable. Yeah. You can see it's untwisting. If I twist it in again, it will keep doing it. So Memo has infinite patience. You just like, what's going on here?
This is so cool. Oh my God. Okay. And how let me say how different will the beta be for the first households that get a memo and get to welcome a memo into their families be from kind of what we're seeing right now?
Yeah. So the really cool part is that I think the hardware will look largely the same, but the software will really progress as we went through different phases of the beta. In the beginning, it might be able to do like one task, but over time, we can enable more tasks through pure software upgrades or even additional features, such as the ability for you to teach the robot. So those are really the exciting part of Memo, is that like it's not defined by the form factor because the form factor is so general, but it's really defined by the intelligence that is behind it.
And we're gonna say during the beta, if like a user if a user finds that Memo doesn't fold the clothes the way they want it to, we're gonna say how do they tell you this? How do they tell Memo? How does Memo learn about how kind of the household wants their clothes folded?
Yeah, we'll be able to provide different ways for user to give feedback. This includes, for example, voice feedback. That you can just tell Memo like, hey, you're not doing well. We're going to have a companion app that you can submit feedback. And you can always like thumbs up, thumbs down to show like your reactions to how well the Memo is doing. So I think we will be talking about the demo, the beta and all the cool new features that are in addition to Act 2 really soon.
All right. Okay. Well, I know we have about a minute left. The last question I'll have is we talked a lot about we talked about co-design, we talked about on-edge inference. we're gonna say if there's a lot of founders kind of watching MTS right now. If there's any startups you'd love to see founders build that would help make building Sunday easier for you, what would it be?
That's a very good question. I think the robotics ecosystem will be more and more mature over time. And I do see a lot of opportunities to improve and strengthen US supply chain when it comes to key components. Let it be like magnets, let it be actuators, and all these components that are critical to the robot. And I think to us and to the US, it's just a win-win situation that to have a mature supply chain within the United States.
Amazing. Well, we're gonna say I appreciate you taking the time, Tony. Where can people learn more about the Sunday beta? Your Twitter?
Yeah, we're still accepting application for the beta program. Just go to sunday.ai/beta, and you'll be able to see all the details about it.
Amazing. Well, Tony, this was awesome. Big thank you to you. Please tell your team really big thank you on my behalf. Everyone, this was MTS. MTS will be back in a bit. Thanks again.
Awesome.
much investment going into AI, and people are realizing with so many like different products and companies, they're much more interested in like the creative side of things, because that is like the word of mouth, the marketing, the storytelling, the brand, the way people know about the products. So the money is flowing back into creativity. And it's also the differentiation itself is coming from like creative differentiation of technology. And I think people are starting to think a lot more about creativity as a premium also, because of AI being able to generate so much of that nowadays. So like those three different routes, I can see like the money, the differentiation, and also what was I saying last?
The money,
the premium,
the premium
of creativity. Yeah.
100% the premium creativity. It's interesting because I think the public would say, oh, AI is taking away all our creativity. This is so bad for artists. And there's aspects of that can definitely be true. But at the same time, at least in my anecdotal experience, I've seen more people care about art, care about creativity, care about having a sense of taste. And are you seeing that too?
Yeah, it's so fascinating.
Yeah.
How people are just like, oh, we want to be really cool. We want to have good taste. It's like increasingly rare now for people to be like, oh, like that's tasteful, that's cool. It's just really fascinating to see how much it's much more valuable now than like even just a year ago.
Why do you think creativity and artistry is this premium?
I think the rise of AI has given way to a massive flooding of the internet. And I think as a creator, I've noticed that a lot of audiences have realized this. And therefore, the work that really cuts through the noise is work that is like really resonant. You can tell that it comes from like a place where like the creator is deeply passionate about. And it also just feels very authentic. So it's like made for connection, but it's also very true to the person making it. I think with AI, like producing this flood of content, people have felt like the media they're consuming feels more rootless. And therefore, the kind of like high taste, like high creativity stuff that is like actually crafted by, the person, people are starting to value just way more.
Yeah. And as an artist yourself, do you actually use AI in your own workflow as you're editing videos, you're coming up with it? What is that process like? So many people say, oh, can't you just make all that with AI? But as someone who's tried to do editing and I don't necessarily have a background in it, and I watch yours and you have these beautiful visual effects. I know you use a lot of technology, but it's almost like you're using technology to add more work and make even a higher quality bar of video rather than to optimize some process and just get something out there as fast as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I use so much AI, and a lot of it's invisible. A lot of it is very visible. So in terms of like making the videos themselves, I've basically found a way to like automate away the logistical side of things that I've, always done. So I use like Obsidian and Codex, and I've just built like the exact same like automations for doing exactly what I need to like every single time, so I can focus on the creativity aspect. I built a bunch of custom tools for video making, and I built them all with AI. Even though I prefer to edit myself and I script everything myself, I would still use AI as a way to kind of bounce ideas off of. The initial way I blew up was actually I used AI to transform my dorm room into like different crazy sets, and people thought I was a professional. I was by no means a professional. It was just my tiny dorm room that I like added a piano there, I added a vinyl record player there, I added fairy lights there, I added a moving robot in the background, I added cool lighting here. It was all AI. And yeah, I really accredit AI to a lot of my success.
Wow.
So,
and I feel like at the same time, I definitely try using AI tools and in my own editing, but it doesn't actually optimize and make things necessarily faster or take away that intentionality. And I still have to say what I want and know what I want to create. And now you have AI, you have this limitless tool, like anything you want to create, you can create, but it doesn't just happen with the snap of a finger.
No, it doesn't. I think it's entirely possible too. You could be like, oh, here are my assets. This is what each asset does. Generate me a video. It is totally possible to do that, but it's not going to give you anything good. Like at the end of the day, the difference between like, a lukewarm video and a really good video is like how good the storyteller understands storytelling, and no longer the barrier of like, do you know how to edit this? Do you know how to do like that specific effect, or like do that visual effects shot in Blender? No longer is that the barrier.
No longer is that the barrier. It's really down to the storytelling and telling the stories to other humans. And, before we had all this technology, we as humans, as monkeys, we were storytellers. That's how we would pass down information, pass down culture, pass down knowledge. It was all through stories. And so, it's amazing that you see that and you've actually blended that with technology. Yes. I'm curious though to get your perspective on what aspect of being a creator and creating these visual stories AI can never replace.
Ooh, that is a great question. What aspect of what creators do cannot be replaced with AI? I think it is the connection with the audience. And tangibly, that would look like I respond to every single comment on Instagram, especially, without fail. Hundreds. I would respond to all of them. I send out a DM to like every new follower. Like
I know I followed you recently and I got a DM and I was like,
okay. Yes, on Instagram, it's just like they have this like nice automation tool. So I'm just like always like, hey, I would love to know who you are and what you make. And I read so many of these. I think that's the one thing AI cannot automate away. It cannot automate this like connection that you're talking back to your audience. It's not a one-way connection, it's a two-way connection. And I really think, at least in my opinion, the best part about being a creator that AI will never feel is like the connection with like another person who has felt like inspired through your work. It is absolutely irreplaceable. AI will not feel the same thing as you do.
Wow.
So
what about in your actual editing process? What pieces are just uniquely human? I know you said you use AI in a lot and you try to optimize a lot, but you still mentioned you spent almost 10 hours editing just a single short form 30-second video. And so what pieces can you just not optimize away with AI?
I think it's your voice. For me, like the voice specifically shows up in the way you cut like the things you say. It's like the pace between like how you cut things. It's also how you structure your thoughts. For me, like when you allow AI to start to restructure what you say, to cut your phrases short, to make the things you say faster, it no longer feels like it is my voice. And I also think there's so much difference between, for example, myself and another creator. I like to keep my videos actually like quite paced out. I like to say less. I like to let the shot breathe. I like to let the visuals show, and that's like my style. And I think it's also how people recognize you and like feel comforted by your videos because they kind of know what they're coming back to. With AI kind of doesn't have that things when it comes to like structure and like pacing and voice. I think the most important thing that like creators should know is that like people love it when they can recognize that this is your style and way of doing things. And AI is not going to give you a style or way of doing things.
Yeah.
So,
it's interesting the fact that you are a content creator, but you also do it specifically in technology. I know you've done a lot of brand deals with some really big companies in the space, and AI companies as well. And so I'm curious to get your perspective on maybe the rise of the techfluencer. Is this a new field that exists now that maybe didn't exist 5 years ago?
It is so crazy. There's again so much I can say about this. I think now is like the best time in history, at least like from like the past to now, to become a techfluencer or like I know like a lot of friends who are doing more like creative content, even like, from stop motion. She's this amazing creator called Karen. And like she like made these amazing like creative content, and she started doing tech content because now she was using a lot of it in her creativity. And she was telling me like, because I've only known a time where it was so abundant. But she was like, this is like the best time I've ever seen to be like an influencer in a niche ever. Tech companies have such an appetite for creators, and they're really seeing the economics of hiring a creator. And for myself, like just from going full-time in like the past 9 months, I've pretty much like hit like every single one of probably like the bigger like tech companies in like the AI general like tech space. It is crazy. And like in 9 months, probably like 20 videos or so or less with like all of these companies. Like they're all down to work together.
Wow. Why
it is crazy.
Do these AI companies care so much about working with artists, working with creators? Why is this an important thing? Why is money flowing all of a sudden now? Why wasn't this a thing a decade ago?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I think there's like, I think there's 3 reasons that come to the top of mind. I think one, think about making an ad. That probably will cost, $100,000 to like $500,000, whatever. But no longer are people seeing these ads on like TV, really. Like these, with traditional media, that's where they would go. Now people are getting their information and their sources much more from social media. You can pay a fraction of like $500K to a single creator and have that be brand value that like compounds over time. You can run paid partnerships on that and make far more in terms of what you could out of producing a single ad. And now you also have like a spokesperson for your company. The ads made by a creator have become much more effective than the ones you make yourself. At least like in my experience, I think, like I've seen some companies just run so many ads on my partnerships with them, and I know they're getting their value. So
I better get some.
I'm glad. I think it's good.
From that.
So I think the economics makes sense. And second, when it comes to like working with creators, I think they're really interested in franchising more people to tech. And the single best way to do that is through creators. I think we're kind of in a bit of a tech bubble.
Yeah.
But I think creators can speak to so many different segments of different groups. And also to get a creator evangelizing your brand means that you don't need to have a user interview with like one person, but it's with hundreds of thousands of people. And you have this one person who knows how to represent that audience. That's a unique thing about creators. So it's much more about like enfranchising a lot of people to your product, especially where tech tends to be more siloed from the outside world. And I suppose like the third reason, and it's specifically for female tech influencers, I think people are kind of tired of the tech bro persona, and specifically for women, content creators who are talking about tech, who are talking about like design and creativity. There's a lot more demand for that. And I would also specifically say for the creators that do art and tech, that is a much rarer category in and of itself, because a lot of people in art or creative fields really despise AI and would not use it. Hence, if you're still willing to promote to that audience, you're kind of like a rarer category. Yeah. And a lot of brands are really, really interested in that category. So yeah, that was a yap, but
this is exactly what I want to hear. But I'm curious also to get your perspective. Why are people who are artists so anti-AI?
So many reasons. I think I'm just gonna like list a few off the top of my head. I think the most salient one is being trained on their creations. Artists often haven't consented to this, but they feel like AI art really derives from the style of existing artists. And I think this feels really, really like kind of like a violation of their creativity and their copyright. I think the second reason is the uncanny valley nature of art. As creatives are very inclined to be really sensitive to the uncanny valley, and it's very unsettling to them on kind of more of like a deeper level. I think it's also the replacement aspect. Artists feel like, okay, if AI can just instantly one-shot what I would take days to make, what is even the purpose of my creativity? It feels like this person is coming in and just replacing my craft. So I think those are the three most salient reasons. But there's like a bunch of reasons. I also think there's a lot of information asymmetry between the tech community and the artist community. I think they don't feel heard or seen. And yeah.
And at the same time, you're seeing more money actually flowing to artists and flowing to creatives than ever before, right?
There is, but only if you're willing to embrace it.
Only if you're willing to embrace it.
Only if you are.
Why do you think we're in our different bubbles where it's like the tech world and then you have the artist world and they're not really interacting as much? What does it actually take to get those bubbles to interact and see each other and get artists to feel like they're being really heard as AI and technological progress continues to accelerate?
Yeah. Oh my God, this is such a good question. I think there's so many ways that this could potentially be done. I think one is working with more artists. I especially feel like tech companies, they're less willing. I mean, they hire artists to, work on their brand or to work on their product and product design, but they don't really work with artists to uplift like the artist's work. It could be really cool. And I really loved, her name is Maritza. I just met her at the A16Z New Media. I loved what she said. Tech should let culture shine and take a back seat because artists feel like they're not being upheld by the tech world. If we just show them that we will uphold you and we'll fit into the background, it's a better way of signaling like camaraderie with artists, because I think the tech world really does want to be involved in the art world.
Yeah.
They just don't know how to be. I think second is just working with more people who are bridges. For myself, I see myself as a bridge because a lot of my audience are artists, but like they watch me create content about so much tech and AI, and they actually like it because I've realized that people just need a reason to believe, especially creatives, that this could help them and that this technology is built for them too. So working with artists, involving more bridges. Yeah.
Now you say an important point of a lot of the tech community wants to interact more with artists, and instead we should take a backseat and let the culture shine. If you were giving advice to some tech communities or people in the space that are like, okay, yes, sure, we want to do that, but how do we actually do that? Do you have any practical advice for them?
Oh my God, how do you do this like concretely? I think there's like a few examples that come to mind. I really liked what Codex did with partnering with like Codex and ChatGPT with partnering with like a broccoli farmer, and they did like a little mini video showing how he used ChatGPT in his like daily workflow to run his business. When you're like giving them a platform to highlight their stories and connecting with other people in that demographic, I think that could be concretely a way to like let their stories shine without, trying to plug yourself in too much. I think another example that comes to mind is something I've always wanted to do is like a cyberdeck museum, because cyberdecks, essentially what it is. Do you know what cyberdecks are?
I made one. Okay, so cool. You know why I made one? Because of techfluencers that were all over my feed, and like the cool girly tech influencers, and they were so pretty and they were so cool. And I come from the blockchain space where cyberdecks were not new. They were things that people were doing, but it was very like hacky, kind of like ugly stuff. And I felt like the girls were adding beauty and artistry into this, and I was like, I want to make one. And so I made one all like cute and pretty, and it was just so fun.
You have to show me.
No, definitely have to do it. But it was so cool because it was the first time that I was seeing myself where I was like, oh my gosh, this technology is cute and fun, and it was just like a different view over how I normally associated it before.
Yeah, oh my God, wait, this is super cool, because I just feel like cyberdecks, they kind of originate from like this place where especially like women wanted to build tech that was like represented them, that felt like almost like girly and feminine, especially in this new wave. Because I know you mentioned like the previous cyberdeck wave, and it kind of originates from this like, I want to like hack into computers, I want to like do things from like first principles. But I've also noticed there's so much AI use in learning how to build this. And so there is totally a way to meld this kind of like artsy like rebellion in making like things are more playful again, and the use of AI to figure out how to do that. So if you can let culture shine by curating all of these creations from like a new era of making things, which is a lot more hacky, which is a lot more self-driven, and just put them in a room and like highlight the creators from different parts of the world. Just have a cyberdeck museum. Don't plaster your name everywhere. Just have a museum and just chill. That'd be so sick.
Oh my gosh. And so maybe this is something that you might do, actually create a cyber museum one day. Maybe. Super cool.
You never know.
My last question for you is, where do you see all of this going as technological progress just continues to advance? Do you see a rise in artistry? Do you see a rise in the content creator? What's something that might exist in a decade from now that doesn't exist that much today?
Yeah, there's so many things happening at once. A few predictions. I feel like in the content creation space, there's going to be less of a rise of massive creators, and instead there's going to be going back to like ultra niche creators. And brands love the ultra niche like creators with small but passionate and very like concentrated communities of someone who cares about this kind of thing in that audience. I think, content creators, in my opinion, are caring a lot less about scale and a lot more about connection and building that hyper curated niche audience. In terms of artistry, I think we're going to see like the rise of just new mediums. And I think people have talked about this, and I completely agree. There's going to be AI art, there's going to be fully analog art, and there's going to be something in between, which is kind of where I live, which is like this hybrid work. And I don't think they're necessarily going to take away from each other, but it's just going to like open up a completely new way of seeing. I love like the people who do fully AI art as a way to like explore how you can like transcend humanity. I think there's like a few folks doing it. Midjourney comes immediately to mind. But yeah, I think there's going to be so many interesting categories and ways of seeing. Yeah. And I think there's a world where people would start to embrace technology. I actually think people either don't really like it in the wider world, or they don't really think about it that much. They probably use like, I don't know, ChatGPT to create memes or something and send to their friends and just stop thinking about it. But I think that world will, of course, change.
And then with all of that, what are you personally most excited about? What are you most looking forward to in the future?
Yeah. Oh my God, there's so many things. I am going to start a job soon. So I'm excited to like balance being a creator for my audience and growing my audience, as well as starting a job where I feel like I'll have the opportunity to impact a lot more people, and kind of shape the way the storytelling goes, and kind of further this mission of enfranchising more people to technology and actually listen to what the people are saying and bridging those worlds ideally. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah. Bridging the worlds between technology and the artistry. And that's a lovely, lovely future to go towards. So Cole, I did really want to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing your story and also your perspective on the creator economy and how AI is affecting that and how AI is affecting the future of artists as well. So thank you for joining.
Thank you, Sophia. It was so fun. Ooh.
And we'll be back with MTS.
And we're back. We have some interesting news. GPT 5.6 is cutting its prices significantly.
So, Luna is now priced at 20 cents per. Oh, hold on, I can't read this. 20 cents over. What is that? What is this in notation? In like LM price notation?
LM price notation is 20 cents per million input tokens and $1.20 per million output tokens. So OpenAI has decreased the price of GPT 5.6 Luna by 80% and Terra by 20%. Luna is now priced at 20 cents / $1.20. So 20 cents per million input tokens and $1.20 per million output tokens, and has strong gains from additional reasoning while remaining at an efficient cost. Terra is priced at $2 input and $12 per million output tokens. So Arena, our sponsor, made this really cool graphic explaining the whole thing, where we can see here the median cost per task, where to the right is lower, which is better. And then the y-axis is the net improvement in the model. So we can see that GPT 5.6 Luna has a better net improvement than any other model at the same price point, as far right on the graph, for example. Like GLM 5.2 and Claude Sonnet 5 do better, but they're also more expensive. So Luna is now at the Pareto frontier. We can also see how the price has shifted from the old Luna to the new Luna. But Luna is now at the Pareto frontier of cost per task and improvement on tasks, which is really cool. So shout out Arena for making this cool graph.
Yeah. GLM is good value as well. That's what I'm noticing from this.
Yeah,
but we also have a blog post from OpenAI about this called Advancing the Price Performance Frontier with GPT 5.6.
I didn't notice this. GPT 5.6 helped make itself more efficient to run. Remember, we saw that yesterday. GPT 5.6 Sol was able to optimize the inference stack. And this allows OpenAI to pass those gains on to customers with lower prices for Luna and Terra and faster performance for Sol. So it is really incredible how like intelligence per dollar just continues going up all the time. Like, yes, the frontier models are getting more expensive, but intelligence per dollar for models in general just continues to go up. It's remarkable.
We've achieved recursive price improvement. Also, this is like a low-key price war, is it not? like, do you think Anthropic will retaliate?
No, unless they come out with a better haiku, but they haven't done that for months.
Yeah.
No
more haikus.
Speaking of Anthropic, there's a new blog post from their Frontier Red team investigating 3 real-world incidents in our cybersecurity evaluations. In a review of our cybersecurity eval transcript, oh boy, again. Here we go again.
Insert very outdated meme of the "oh shit, here we go again."
Oh shit, here we go again. When is a GTA San Andreas from? That's from like 2003 or something. 2004. Whoa, I was born.
All of the labs are like, no, our model is more cyber unsecure. No, we did an incident. Our model caused an incident.
They did an incident 3 times. They did a thing. On July 21st, OpenAI disclosed something. In response to this incident, we began a large-scale retrospective review of our own cybersecurity evals. In particular, we looked for evidence that Claude was able to access the internet from within testing environments that should have been sealed off. After reviewing 141,006 evaluation runs, that's a lot of eval runs. Oh my God. They're so GPU rich.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a lot.
We identified 3 incidents in which a model accessed the internet from within or while interacting with the evaluation environment of Irregular, one of our third-party eval partners, and then gained unauthorized access to the prod infrastructure of 3 different organizations. So it has a capture the flag challenge, which is a common cyber thing. It's given a scenario and told that a piece of secret information has been hidden on a different machine, and its objective is to break in and retrieve it. So did they prompt the model with like, you're supposed to break into this thing, and then it did it? Oh, I see. It was supposed to break into test systems, and instead it broke into like real production ones on the internet.
Okay.
In all cases, Anthropic's eval prompt specified to Claude that its environment was a simulation, but it was actually not the case due to a misunderstanding between us and our eval partner. Because of this, when Claude search led it to real systems on the open internet, it treated them as part of the exercise. So in none of these situations did Claude exfiltrate itself or deliberately attempt to escape its test environment. So that's reassuring, I guess. The incidents involved 3 different Claude models, Opus 4.7, Mythos 5, and an internal research test model, which they describe in a footnote. It is not planned for general release.
Okay. Vague post.
The vague post king.
Okay.
These models, these models were, they did have their model-specific safety training. They were not helpful-only versions, so they should have had refusals and stuff.
Okay. I scroll down a bit. They
did
said
their review.
Our analysis of Claude's behavior. Through most of each run, as it encountered real-world systems, Claude assumed these to be part of the exercise. So this might be a recurring thing that like illustrates either loss of control or misalignment. It's just Claude doesn't know where it is in the context of the situation. And then they say we're in dialogue with Meter to conduct a third-party review, including
Meter
access
mentioned.
to all transcripts and sampling access to the relevant models. So this is good because it seems like out of their own volition, they brought in Meter.
In the meantime, within the next week, we will release a lightly redacted transcript in which Claude built a malicious PyPy package, which is the Python package index. It's the software repository for Python, where you can make Python packages. How we're responding. First, eval environments that involve powerful autonomous capabilities also require significant controls. Yeah, duh. Yeah, evals with only fictional scenarios are not actually low risk.
This is clear now.
Yeah, this is clear now. This applies not only to internal environments, but to third-party vendors as well. So they'll need to review their third-party vendors. Second, the line between an aligned action and a harmful one is dependent on the model's understanding of its situation.
Yes.
We saw no evidence in any run described here
Situational
of a model pursuing a
awareness
goal.
even.
Situational awareness detected. We saw no evidence in any run described here of a model pursuing a goal of its own. Instead, the models did what their eval asked. In the runs where the model recognized the system as real and kept going, it did so because it assumed that to be part of the challenge. Situational awareness mentioned. Yeah. Finally, these incidents demonstrate the importance of defense in-depth approaches.
Yeah. So, well, I have a lot of conflicting viewpoints. I think on one hand, it's like pretty good overwhelmingly that we're going to get a lot of transparency about this. On the second hand, this could be like the classic, argument of like, oh, they're like it's marketing, their models are too good. And then on the third hand, they are kind of like they're illustrating the ways in which they were not prepared to deal with these kind of situations. So, I mean, hopefully this just becomes like hopefully this continues to be transparent and these sort of things continue to get published and released. It's much better than the alternative.
These incidents are otherwise quite different. Interesting. So they're going to compare OpenAI to Anthropic. We discovered these incidents after a proactive review. The affected organizations had not detected the activity, and we have subsequently reached out to all 3, as opposed to OpenAI, which didn't detect it until Hugging Face had already been compromised. Whereas OpenAI's models exploited a novel vulnerability to escape isolation, the Claude models valued here access the internet via an open path. It's kind of higher aura for OpenAI models to be exploiting novel vulnerabilities while these Claude models weren't, but that's okay. They'll catch up. We believe these incidents to be closer to a harness and operational failure than a model alignment failure. Yeah, makes sense. It doesn't seem like misalignment. Notably, our most recent model, on realizing that it was working in a real environment, stopped its pursuit of the evaluation goals.
Well, that's good.
Takes on this. It seems to me to be, again, more of a control failure than an alignment failure, which is good.
Yeah.
Because the models are still, for the most part, quite aligned with human values. Will the alignment scale to superintelligence? Who knows? We don't know. We should know, and we should research this stuff more. But right now, the models are pretty well aligned. They generally do what you ask them to do. This would not have been predictable like 3 years ago in the GPT-4 era. And the issues here seem to be the model ran a little wild while it was told to do a offensive cyber task. It was a simulation. It ended up causing real damage, but it doesn't seem like a super dangerous thing. And I think the general vibes on Twitter are going to be an overreaction. Like, for example, in the comment section right here, need to win back vibes. Let's have a security incident. People are so dumb.
I know there's going to be so much of this. I'm just like, I'm already pricing it in.
They're just so dumb. It's just
it's going to happen. It's going to take over the timeline.
It's painfully stupid. It's like, oh my God. No, every time anything happens in AI, it's some grand conspiracy because like capabilities can't get better and misalignment isn't real. Like, it's dumb.
This seems to be mostly pointing at just like the model, the line between simulation and real world environment is just too blurred right now, and more research needs to go in that direction.
Zach Corman mentioned, previous MTS guest yesterday. Just for all the people who won't actually read the post, Anthropic's eval prompt specified to Claude that its environment was a simulation, but it wasn't actually the case because internet access was available. So they told the model that it was a simulation, and so the model behaved as though it was a simulation.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a nothing burger, it seems.
Free my boy, unspecified preview of internal model.
Yeah. Okay. I'm calling nothing burger on this one. It is a potential sign of a future something burger. So don't misconstrue me into saying that incidents like this can't ever cause real harm.
It's true.
But this specific one is a nothing burger. Although I'm glad that Anthropic is monitoring it anyway.
Yeah, I'm just glad this got posted. It sets a great precedent.
That they're being transparent.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's our take, I guess.
Yep. That's our take. Well, it's been a fun day. We'll be back tomorrow.